What is up, guys? It's Jack here, and welcome back to another Jurassic World Evolution 2 video. So in this one, we are going to be finishing our BIOSYN Sanctuary. Now, we have done this for the past few weeks, and you might be wondering, why is this video probably like 5 hours long? That is because this is the full entire movie from the past few weeks, and including the stream that was on Sunday. Now, the stream portion of the video will be more of a speed build, because I was just talking a whole bunch of random stuff during the entire stream. So I apologize for that, but that's how it's going to be. I don't want to just have me talking about, I don't know, my old Valorant live streams or something. I don't know. But anyways, guys, if you guys enjoyed this video, please leave a like, please subscribe. And if you guys want to join the Discord, the link is in the description below and it's in the top right of your screen. You can join there, you guys can talk with the community, you can suggest builds, you can post pictures of your builds, you can share ideas, all that stuff. Anyways, guys, I'll see you guys later, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. This was suggested by Taylor in my Discord, also known as Flight Simmers. This was highly suggested in the past. My only issue with BIOSYN is the fact that there was hardly any overview of it, any like mappage of it in the movie. We just know that it's a large forest full of dinosaurs. And Taylor over here actually gave me maps and stuff as well. So thank you, Taylor. You made this possible for everyone that wants to see a BIOSYN Sanctuary recreation. But we are going to be doing an interesting take on this. So on the maps on your screen, there's two maps. You have one of the Hyperloop tunnels, and then you have another one, which is the actual map with the like terrain map of the BIOSYN Sanctuary, including the airfield. Now, the map itself, it's going to be difficult to do. I will probably follow this as close as I can, but note that the map has roads going all throughout this valley area. So unfortunately, we can't do that because the area of the BIOSYN map is only this small area of the map itself. So it's kind of difficult to actually make something big super small. But anyways, let's get into the build. So this is our actual building area that we're going to be able to build in. It's not that much compared to the actual size of the valley itself. Now, unfortunately, we're going to have to downsize this entire map. So what I'm going to be using from the terrain map are the roads, water, and the area that the trees and the fields are. That's what I usually do with any of the maps. So that's going to be our main priority with that. The other map, on the other hand, with the airfield, that one is going to be actually where we decide to place our like viewing galleries, our what are they called? Watchtowers. I don't remember what they're specifically called in this game, but those things, you know what I'm talking about. The airfield we are going to actually be building right here in this little tumor of land that's just kind of separated from everything else, so we can actually use the rest of this for the entire park itself. I was thinking about what I could be doing with this and where I would want to be putting the airfield, since we're putting the airfield in the actual park area itself. Note that I do know that the airfield is actually outside of the valley. You guys don't need to comment that. I was just told to actually do the airfield. So I'm doing it. So we're going to pretend that this right here is going to be a mountain. So we're going to be putting the airfield here on the ground, and then we're going to have a mountain next to it, just to kind of have it feel like it's not anywhere near the park itself. And this is where we would be putting our buildings, like our operations buildings and all that stuff, just because we want to create the environment near the airfield as like operations-esque, where the actual valley itself is a sanctuary, right? So our operations buildings are going to be at the airfield, and our dinosaurs are going to be in the actual sanctuary itself. And so the airfield is a straight path to the actual compound. So we're going to be taking that into consideration, but we also have to note that this area over here on our right, it's completely out of that straight path. So this area right here might just be our caves. Okay. I do know that the caves have the Hyperloop tunnel going through them. So we'll see how that goes. So basically, we're going to be using our thoroughfares and our paths, these gray ones, as our like actual runway. And for our dashes, we're going to be using the facility path. So I'll honestly put these right here just so you guys can see them. We're going to be using a mix of the thoroughfares and the paths. And that's pretty much all we're going to be using for it. So when it comes to the different little pathways that we could have, we want to make it that the middle little path area is as small as it can get. Now, that can be somewhat of an issue. So what we're gonna actually do for it is we're gonna place down one of these attraction buildings. This is gonna be the weirdest thing that you guys probably have ever seen. But we're gonna be placing down one of these attraction buildings, right? We're gonna be placing it down right here. Right? And then we're gonna take our tour route and we're gonna just extend it all the way to the end, right? So what we want to do with this is we want to extend this as well, but we also want to take our main thoroughfares and connect it to this path as close as we can to the straight line, and then just have it honestly just go out one entire way, right? And then we want to do the same thing, but we want to get rid of this thing right here, right? Which means we're gonna have to honestly break this apart like so. And we're gonna put this right here so we know that's our starting point for this line, right? And we want to make it as small as possible right here without them touching, or without it, like, you see how right here it goes straight, and if I go closer it just curves. We want it to be a straight line, right? So right here, this is where we would be switching our pathway around. Okay, so if we want to just do this, we can just connect this right here, remove this, and we can honestly just remove the rest of this. That's how we're gonna get this little line right here as small as possible without it being too much of a hassle. Now, since this is a 747 runway, a large planes runway, we are going to be extending this 4 times. Okay. Same thing with this side. And then connect it. Okay. And at each point where it snaps, right? You can see that you can connect it, but we have to also be careful because you can see that on some of these there's the curve, on some of them there isn't. That's an issue that we're gonna have, but honestly, what we can do with that, we can easily put lights down or something just to block it. But again, this is an airfield. My thought process is going to be logical and operational more than decorative. That's how it's always been when it came to actual like videos or like designs. Like specifically using this, I would use this if I was playing on like a modded one. and I just sink them into the ground using that one mod that you can actually move. No, unfortunately, there's no like things that you can place on the ground that is just like a tile until the next game. But so in that case, we're just gonna be using the small. We're gonna be using the small paths, the standard paths, and then just breaking it apart. So we're gonna go to the snap, and we're gonna link them together there. Same thing here, snap and link them. Okay, so we have 4 different sections. Within each of those sections, we are going to be breaking it apart again in the middle. It's okay if it isn't like directly in the middle. I'm a perfectionist, and you know, honestly, it's okay for me. So you know, it could be it's gonna be okay for you. So, like, yeah. So again, we're gonna be doing it again in the middle. Okay. Now, remember that we have to make this into like an actual operations area. So I'm actually gonna remove these 2 parts back here. The parts that were giving me issues. Yes, I know. Right. And we're gonna put that there. Or we're gonna switch that wide path or that standard path. Then we're going to be taking our facility path, going from the end, and for every 3, we're gonna just connect it. We don't want to go through it all because there might be the case where the path just overwrites the other path, and we just don't want to deal with that. Okay. So this is our paths for, or this is our runaway. So this will be our main runaway. We could easily do a decoration around it if we want to. I will not be doing a decoration. Because the pathway for the BIOSYN airfield is very, very simple. Now, I know that in this specific map that we have of the airfield, there's 2 of them, right? The small one and the big one. In the movie, I believe we have it like the small one is connected to the big one, if I'm correct. It looks like it. Yeah, it definitely looks like it. So I think we're gonna be doing that, right? Have like it like extend out back. But right here, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing something a little bit extra. We are going to be this is going to be very annoying, guys. We are going to be taking our standard paths, right? We're going to be extending this out by 1. And then we're going to go out 1 more. In this center one, we're going to be using our facility path. Okay. Then we're going to do out 1 more. Connect it. Go out 3. Okay. We might go only 2. Let me double check this real quick. Let me make sure this actually looks the way I want it to be. So I'm gonna have to actually make it. So we are going to divide this one center one. And we're going to do it again. Okay. So in these center ones, we're going to take the facility path and then just expand it all the way down. So. Okay. So instead of having this one here, we're actually going to have it go right here, just above the rest. We want it to be smaller than that, so we're going to have to put down one of our larger paths. Okay. We don't want to mess with this area yet, so we're going to leave that looking like that. And we're going to place this right here. Okay. Now, if we had like the wider paths, I definitely use them. But unfortunately, we are using the facility paths, because I don't think any of these other paths match what we got. Okay. So, then this entire area is going to be added to the runway, right? Now, I know you're saying, Jack, you can just put some decorations here, right? If I really wanted to, I could honestly just have this go all the way straight down, right? But you guys can do that, but I won't be doing that. I'll just be extending this pathway, right? All the way through to this point right here, right? So, oh wait, actually no, we weren't supposed to do that. So we keep, I completely forgot. We keep this one, right? We keep this one over here. And instead of it connecting right here, we want it to actually go up one and connect like this. Like so. And then this is where you actually can do your lines if you want to do your lines, right? If you guys want to put some decorative lines right here, go ahead. But my whole point about this is still technically the runway. These lines on the side right here. Because this right here is a part of the runway. So I'm going to simply just extend this. Same thing right here. So. And this is all going to still just be one runway. Okay. Then we connect this. Then boom. Another thing that I was going to do was I was going to put lights on the sides. Right? So it's going to be really annoying to actually really do. Because we're going to just be placing a ton of lights. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. And then I'm going to speed through it for you guys. So we either have these lights, these ones, I think that might be, I mean, we have these, but these are like for something else. These would be like in this case right here, right? Or in this case, when you think about it, where do we put the lights when the plane is landing? It's towards the plane, right? So you can see where the plane lifts off from. So the plane knows where to stop. So that's where we could put these lights right here, right?
Let me see if there's any other lights that we can do. We could honestly use these, right? Although they kind of will be kind of weird looking. No, not those. I think these are the only ones we're probably gonna deal with. So specifically, the ones that I want to use are the small ones, right? The very small ones, and I think these are the Jurassic Park ones. Classic lights too. And instead of putting them on the sides right here, what I'm going to do is I am going to put these lights right here. Okay. So these are our lights. Note that these will not be reached by the plane. The plane is supposed to be lifting off before this. So here, this is where I would actually put the where is it? Barriers, the concrete barriers. So these right here, these are going to be placed right here. Honestly, start from the middle and just send it outward, like so. Okay. Now these lights that I wanted to use, these are very tall. But these more so like belong because you don't want the plane to like clip its like wing as it's like taking off, right? So these lights would specifically be over here more. Because at this point the plane is supposed to be like at an angle, taking off. Plane should realistically be in the air by this point. So it should not hit these lights. So what we're going to do with these lights are we're going to be placing these in the center. Or actually no, we're going to be placing them in these back two right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then one more on the outside. 5. Okay. Cool. Now, if we want to, we could put more lights after these ones. So we can do 1, 2, and 3. And then here we can just do 1. So we kind of have like the whole like at the airport you have like the reflective lights on the other side, so you know like, oh, don't come this way, the planes are landing here. So that's what we're pretty much doing with that. Okay. So let's actually remove all of our random stuff that we got placed on the ground here. Same thing with these. So this is our first runway, right? This is for our bigger planes, right? So it's not supposed to be too much. The private area is going to be right here, right? No. Planes are landing this way. The private area is going to be right here. Yeah, because you want them to be able to go take like a right or a left. In our case, a right. The hangar. Actually, we can put the hangar right here. We don't have to have it right here. Mm. And this makes more sense. Okay, let's do it this way. So here we're going to be doing another runway. So we're going to do what we did before, right? We're gonna take our attraction, place it down, and use its pathway as like a crossing point. So before we did this, now we're gonna do it like this. So what we want to do here is we want to take our main pathway, and we pretty much want to do this at the end of the runway. All right, we're supposed to connect it. I can't even oopsie here. I put this the wrong way, but it's okay. It's okay. This is okay. This is not okay. Let me just go out one more. There we go. Okay, so this, let's have this go right here. Again, we want to make this straight. Okay. And we could honestly just get rid of this. This isn't gonna go that far. Honestly, I don't even think it's gonna go this far. I think it's honestly just gonna go like somewhere right here. So we know that this is where it crosses. So we want to, again, do this whole thing where we want to check to see if it goes straight. It goes straight up here. And then we connect it like so. Okay, then we can remove all of this stuff. Boom. And we can make another runway. I should have probably thought about this sooner. We want to make these look like this. Wait, it wouldn't matter anyways. The other things are predetermined. So for this pathway then, we're just gonna honestly then do... We're just gonna have this connect. Actually, have it go through. Have it go through right here. Right? And this one right here goes all the way out there, but it has the off area right here. Okay. If we want to, we could honestly get rid of this too. And instead have it connect right here. I didn't do this because if we did this, then that means we'd have to extend it out one more this way. And the way we have this made is planes are landing this way. Right? So when they land, we want them to take a left to the hangars and stuff. We don't want them to take a right because the plane making this sharp of a turn would be difficult. And in this way, they're already headed this way. So it's just a matter of how we want them to turn. So in this case, what we're going to be doing is we're just going to have it go this way. Okay, we're going to keep that connected bit right there. We don't really have a connected bit over here. So we're just going to divide this into different sections. Just eyeballing it, completely eyeballing it, right? So, and then we're just going to fill in the blank. We're not going to put that much effort into this area. Because this is not really important, right? Perfect. And if we want to, we could also add like a taxiing runway, right? Where if we want the plane to just go this way, normally we would want to use like a separate, like different looking path. Honestly, something like this, right? Where we would have the plane go onto the runway like so. but we have to make it. We would have to make this stupid, be wide. So we would have to have it go. Okay. I'm just gonna connect that right there because I have a feeling that's gonna be an issue. Like so. And that could be like our taxing runway, right? Okay. Then at the end over here, what we can do is we could add our hangers and all that stuff. I would want to use this one because it actually looks like a hanger for a plane, right? So we can just put this one right here. And we would want to just completely ignore the vehicles there, right? Unless there's another building that looks like this. I would use a BIOSYN one, but none of them look like that. All right. So here to just get rid of this, we can just honestly just connect this to the runway. This isn't from here. And we could honestly just connect this here as well. Have like a little walking path on the end of this. Where this takes you to somewhere else. I don't know where this is going to take us, but it's going to take us somewhere else. Okay. Now this is where we want to place our operations buildings, right? This is off the ramp, right? And we actually want to place these buildings down. So this is where our entrance is, right? This is where everything's going to be, where we want to start off everything. Which means, because I don't think we can we, does this count as an entrance point still? Oh, this does. So honestly, what we want to do here is we just want to place down our control center because this is where our control center will be. Now we don't want anything blocking this area right here. So from our image of our map, what we want to do with this is we want to make it have a straight line to our actual entry point. So our entry point is right there. Honestly, any point right here would work. I feel like we should have this like right here. Okay, and then this is where we just straight up. Let me mess with this. This is where we straight up just have it go straight. Let's see where this takes us actually if we just have it keep on going straight. Right there. So actually taking this into consideration, we could, instead of having this go straight here, we could re-angle it. And what I mean by that is we could have this go straight down right here, which I think it might be already in position for. Is that already in position for that? Pretty much is. And on the left side, there's more space anyways. So I think we're going to stick with that then. This is going to go straight down this way. Honestly, this doesn't even have to be our main path, right? This can be like the thing that just connects it, boom, 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 right? But for right now, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna have this connect. We'll design the path later and actually place down buildings that where it could actually switch and connect to different other paths. But for right now, we're just gonna have it go like that. Okay. Next thing we want to do is we want to actually connect the path. Okay, that gets rid of all of our issues. Okay. Next thing we want to place is some of our other buildings. Now, the fossil center, we definitely don't need. The ones with the helicopters, we want to actually place these. The paleo medical facility, this is something that would actually be like behind the scenes, not even seen by like the helicopter area. This would be a good place for it right here. Same thing with our response facility, right? This is another place where we would just have it just randomly just out on the side. Expedition center. We would want our expedition center to actually be placed near the pathway over here because it has the helipad and everything. And maybe we would actually want to look at some of the other ones and see what we can add to this. So normally we'd probably add the Jurassic ones. Let's just... Honestly, the other helipad, this being the other helipad, actually would look nice too. So we can go with that. Staff centers, we don't need them. Fossil centers, we don't need them. They're just other decorations that we would have for no reason. Again, we want to make this look like an off the runway type of facility so far, right? So we don't even need this back here, right here. If we want to, we can continue it, have it go around, but we don't honestly even need that. Okay, we're just gonna put this here right now. Spread this out. Have this go straight. Okay. So as of right now, this is what our path looks like. Okay. So we can easily put a connection. Right? This we can get rid of right here. I don't see a reason to have it continue forward. This we would honestly have it like that. Think about moving this building closer. We move this building closer, which means we could actually move this again. I think so. This one can stay the way it is. Delete this end right here. This isn't actually connected to this. Let's connect it now. Most of this stuff we won't want to have it squared or angled like this, where it's just completely just like a 90-degree angle, right? What we'd want to do is, well, we have a couple of vehicles here, right? We need to think about our actual mountain right here. So we're going to use this dark rock to just lay where we want to put our mountain. I propose we have a mountain go from here, actually. Right? That goes along here. And again, it just cuts off this like tumor area. Now for right here, this might be an issue. I want to extend it a decent amount, but if it's going to cause problems, we can honestly have it just end like right here. But we also have to think about our vehicles going through. All right, this is where I would like add like unfortunately, I don't think we can add like tunnels or like have terrain go around certain things. Could have fake tunnels, but that wouldn't really make sense. And I'm assuming you can't. Yeah, you can't. Sorry, I've been playing with mods for too long. It just some of the stuff just doesn't make sense to me anymore. Okay. So I think our actual way to get around this mountain will be right here. All right. So we want a road for these vehicles. We're gonna do the road with sand for right now, at least for right now. So we want a road like right here, and we want this to connect to that road. We want a road right here and right here for these two vehicles. Okay, and this road, we don't want it to go too close to the mountain, because the mountain, this is going to be the high point of the mountain, right? So the mountain's going to actually go down, like how these ones are. It's going to go down. So we don't want it to be too close to the pathway, or else it'll just overtake the pathway. So in this case, we're going to bring this close to the very edge of the map. And have it go out right here. Let me actually refine this area by doing the double-sized. I just real it doesn't, it's too small. Right there. All right, cool. Nice. All right. So this is where our path would actually start forming from the map itself. Okay. So what we'd want to do is we'd actually want to place physical fences, because we don't want our vehicles going over this mountain. That would just cause so many issues that don't need to be there. So what we can do is we can form this mountain, and then at the very base, we hide these fences. Another thing we should probably add is our hydro power hub. I just thought of that right now. This could honestly be the building that's right here. Now, again, you don't want like clearance issues with our buildings, right? And I don't want to place this building on the outside where we have to cross again to get to it. Which honestly, it's clearance issues right there. You know, let's place on this mountain first. Okay. So this, focus up as much as we can. Okay, do it again. Flatten the top. Right? This is gonna be our mountain. I know it's not high, like, no, it's not that high, but this is gonna be our summit of our mountain. Now what we want to do is we want to take this and follow through all the way through, making sure that it all flattens out. Now, it's okay if our path is hit by the exterior. We just want to make sure that the entire top of this mountain goes over our rocky area. Okay, like so. Then from there, we could honestly just take the rocky area and just make it taller. It's not gonna matter because this is the mountain, the higher the better, right? When it comes to mountains inside the actual park, because you obviously can't make these mountains without taking the entire area up. So we just want to make this as high as we can without it taking up too much space. Now there's certain areas like this which are going to be an issue. An easy solution to that is honestly we can just make it smaller. Smaller and then just change the pathway, right? So bring this down a little bit. We can have this elevated just a little, right? Give it something different. Lope it down at some point. Right? Now on this side, we want this to kind of be like these mountains over here, right? So we want to take larger areas and bring them out like that. Okay. And then we have these little open areas right here. This right here is the most important part of the mountain, where it starts to go down and this road can actually come through. Okay. So right here specifically, we want this area to be semi-flat. Not flat, sloped. Right? This is where our trees are going to be on the side of this mountain. Right? And then we want to take our erase tool and just slope them up at the highest points of these little areas. Right? So this area right here, this would be for like the trees and stuff that just are all around the mountain, right? Same thing with right here, right here. This one right here, we might actually want to put that down. And you have like other parts like right here that are part of the mountain. They're going to be used to actually dip it down, right? So we're going to have a little dip. Right here too, we want to boop, boop. And then we want to dip it. And then we want to bring it back up. down, like so. Okay. Then if you notice something about these mountains, none of these mountains have like the darker texture for the rocks. So you can tell that this rock right here is supposed to be the rock that we place on the actual mountain itself. Now, we are gonna just paint over this entire mountain with the rock where it's supposed to be rocky. Everything else is gonna be trees, right? So this is supposed to be rocky, right? This is supposed to be rocky. This is supposed to be rocky. This is supposed to be rocky, right? Right here is gonna be having some trees, but we're gonna still place some rocks right there. This is going to be rocky all the way through. This is, and right there as well. Now it's time for this side. This side we are going to be mainly having trees close to the edge, right? So like in this case, we want to flatten this out a little bit more. So we have an actual predetermined path of where we want the road to go, right? We don't want the road to be too messed up. Okay. Then we're going to take our BIOSYN trees and we're just going to fill up this entire area right here. Right. And then we're going to take our Jurassic Park into hands. Like when we, sorry, that made no sense. We're going to take our Jurassic Park building method into hands. Okay. Now this might be different. So the thing I like about BIOSYN is the BIOSYN trees, you can place them close to the actual buildings themselves. You can place them so close to the buildings themselves. Now, we're going to want to do some weird stuff with these trees when it comes to the actual mountain right there. This, we could honestly just put trees around. And then we could have our open field. Now, we don't have any like long grass or whatever. But in the picture of the our, what is this place called? Airfield? We have a lot of vegetation on the ground, it looks like. But the thing is, these don't really look like it. So we're gonna honestly mix it up a bit with these two different shrubbery that we have. And then we're gonna try to put some of this ground fiber down. Right? Make it look like a field or some sort. Right? And then in the picture itself, we actually have one of these research centers on the side. For some reason, it's just on the side. So I don't know what the point of this was. But we're gonna just place it right here. And then we're just gonna connect it to this. And I'm actually starting to think that maybe in the picture of the map with the airfield on it, they have this like H3, H2, right? I want to know what these numbers mean. Like, but the actual meaning for like the different H's are and stuff. And I'm assuming that means that there's multiple of these like little research outposts. Just randomly just on the edge, you know? I mean, I'm only probably gonna do the one because we honestly don't have enough space as it is. We could honestly just do another one though, like right here. And And we can connect it to this one, right? And we still have to figure out how we're gonna do this. We still have to figure out how we want to do this. Like, this is the main Hyperloop area. Okay. We're gonna take some consideration, some creative consideration. What is it called? I used to say it a lot because everyone kept getting pissed at me that I wasn't like following plans and stuff for building Jurassic World. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. I'm honestly gonna be placing some of these trees closer right here, right? So let's see what we can actually place with this tool in these slots. This right here, we're gonna do like some decoration, so we don't have to think about that. This, on the other hand, we're gonna put some more trees there then. I want to hide this. And this we want to kind of hide as well. Wish we could shorten that. But, what if we add some trees here? Nope, that just completely derails everything. Let's place these back. So right here, we are going to be placing... I don't want to use this one. We will be placing these. Okay. Same thing with right here. Okay. Honestly, if we wanted to, we can place this right here too, but I kind of want to put nature right there. So we are going to be placing some of these trees down. Or actually, hold on. These trees aren't like the same vibe of this area. These trees are like the trees from the temperate biome. No, albeit they'll be good like right here and right here. And like maybe like right here and like right here. But not like all throughout the entire area. Like this right here, we don't want any tail strikes. So it's not going to be in the center area right here. We could honestly put it right here. We don't want it right here. Okay. Thinking about tail strikes, this area right here would need to be open, huh? Yeah. We're gonna remove these. I'm thinking about like, oh, if a plane comes through here, like, oh, is it gonna hit the trees? Is it gonna, you know, like, what is it gonna hit? So this is making me want to remove those trees that were here, so I can just place these one or place this pathway down. That's disgusting, but I mean, I'll live with that. Okay, and then we could just do some little decorations, just like random things that weren't actually a part of the movie, where we could actually just... No, I'm not gonna do tables and chairs in this area. I will say that now. Primarily because this area isn't like a little sitting area, you know? If you want to sit, if you want to enjoy your time, you go all the way to the compound over there. This area is just for decoration. This area is just like a welcome, you know? Which means we need more copper, actually. Someone's gonna take what I just said and be like, but you put down tables and chairs. I'm gonna yell at you. I am putting down benches. There's a difference between benches, tables, and chairs. Ooh. Okay. And then right here, we can do like another little fountain. I actually haven't really used any of these BIOSYN things personally, like in any of my builds. Like in the bigger ones, I haven't used these bigger ones in any of my builds. So using them now actually they're really cool. Which wing strike, that's okay. Alright. Now for this pathway, actually, what I want to do with this is I want this to be very close. Where it goes this way. This way. And it connects like that. Means we could have this power station now. Either we can have this power station like right here now. Okay. Okay. And I know this is in the way of the truck, but we're just going to have it go around. They're vehicles. They move. Leave me alone. Okay, there we go. Now for this. This is kind of difficult because if we bring this closer, it takes down some of our mountain, and we don't really want to do that. which is why we do a little slow. Now, another thing we could honestly do, right, is just completely ignore the fact that this is a mountain and just do this. Where we have, because this is sloped down enough where it can just be a forest on the end right here. Right? And then so what we can do is all this right here can just be sand until we get to like right here. Here we want to actually make sure our sand isn't like too much. Right? So as the mountain, as the forest actually goes through, we want to have this go. Okay. Then we want to put some forest down like. Okay, well this doesn't actually help us. This makes it worse because it doesn't want to put it close to this pathway. Maybe we can trick the game. I think we can trick the game actually. No, we can't. Which means... Can you guess what that means? What rocks go here? Is it? It's not temperate, is it? It's alpine. Okay, yeah, it has to be alpine. Little rock right here. Maybe these big rocks. I can't place the rocks inside each other. Okay, boom. That's gonna be that. Let's place some trees. Oh, I swear. I'm gonna place some trees. And I'm gonna ignore the fact that I can't place trees close together. Nah, it's okay. I'm okay with doing this. This brings me back. Okay, and we can place down a little bit of these dead trees. God, I remember placing trees down like this all the time. Unironically, this would be like the longest part of my episodes. Placing down trees like this. Not anymore. I'm also very happy for that tree mod. Or the scenery, expanded scenery mod. That I've been using on like some of my other builds. That mod was absolute godsend. How does that look? Looks good. That's okay down there. That's okay right there. Boom. Only thing is, I feel like something right here is missing. Unfortunately, we do not have any planes either. Yeah, we don't have any planes that we can place down just for decoration. So we can't put any planes down. But for our first video, I think this is all good. So unfortunately, as I said before, the map, it was really big. The map's really large, and I feel like the area that we were given for this BIOSYN Sanctuary, it's not that large. So we're going to have to improvise a lot. So as I said before, we have 6 enclosures. Well, we have 6 planned enclosures. Realistically, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 enclosures. So we have to take that into consideration because a lot of these species are solo species and they will absolutely hate any type of dinosaur that you put with them. So that's something that we have to actually think about. Now, I have it all in a spreadsheet right now, so it's okay. But let's go over the planned layout for the map. So over here, we said that we were going to be putting our entryway into the actual valley for our vehicles, but we will also be putting the cave with the Dimetrons here as well. Now we can't do a actual cave for them because that technology isn't in this game without mods. So we will be doing our best to make like a little valley with a whole bunch of rocks. That's pretty much what our best option is. Yeah, that's pretty much our best option. Now, as we go further over here, we want to actually do the water feature that's in the middle of the map here, because obviously the dinosaurs cannot go to the river over there and drink water. So in the middle of this map, we will be making like a big lake, so the dinosaurs can actually, go and drink the water. Now, I believe the lake will be the center point of the map, and we will be putting our BIOSYN fencing between that. Now I can't really explain my whole thought process on the rest of this map without actually building it and sharing it as I go on. So let's just get into that. So first things first, we will be using sand to mark our vehicle pathways. So pretty much what we want to do is we want to just continue this pathway all along over here and around. We don't want to go too far out from the trees, like the tree line that we have now, because we will be putting our Dimetrodons over here. Okay? Which means we can actually start branching out this way. And now we will be putting a path all along the sides of the, buildable area. So we will just pretty much be circling this entire area. So let's just go ahead and do that right now. Okay. So now that we have that done, let's actually put our water in the center. So this water is going to be very important because this is going to be where all of our water goes to. So we may have like a little pond here with a river that goes all the way to this main center water point. Now we actually want to look at the map for this one. And so we're going to try to make something similar to this river that we have. So what we will be doing actually is we will be making this go down a little bit. Like so. And then we will be extending it outward this way. We want to hide the end of the river to make it look like it goes towards the BIOSYN compound. We will be selecting this, the 3 times radius. Yeah. So we're gonna continue this outward. Note that this is going to be our, actually, let's go 4 times radius. This is going to be our, like, river to the pond, right? Or to the lake. And then here is going to be the giant lake, right? So this is our main center point for the build, right? Again, it's not that large of an area to be building. Kind of sucks. But the river will actually go over here. It's this area. Okay. And then now what we want to do is let's actually fill it up with water. So right now, let's just go with I want to say 2. I do not know how I'm building outside of the map, but it's just letting me for some reason. Yeah, let's just go with 2 right here. We're just gonna take this and spread it out. We're not gonna like fill it in like deeply yet. We just want to know where this water is going to be going. Okay, so something like that, right? And then we want to also just bring our water out this way. It doesn't matter what design you do. I'm just going to make it connect from one point and another point. Okay. And then we also want to give our Dimetrodons water, right? So this can actually go like all the way up here and through out over here. Now these guys want a lot of water. Now we have to actually think about this pathway as well, this road that we have. So this all right here will be changed later. We just want to make sure that they have a way for water to get to them. Okay. Now over here, this is where the water would be the most. Now I don't want to make this entire area just all water. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be leaving a lot of this outer area open so we can put trees along the pathway of the road. And then this area just has water in it. Okay. Now, realistically, what we will be doing is we will be putting our BIOSYN fences through this area, right? Through the water. Okay. But right now we can just kind of skip that. Because we want to also think about our pathways at the moment. We don't want to put our fences down and realize, oh, we need to place an invisible gate here. But, you know, the fence is either through the water or it's just the gate is just going to look like this or something, right? When the fences actually go, you know, we don't want to have to like mess with that. That's something I noticed with my parks. I always put the fencing down and then the roads, but I'm gonna be trying to do this a different way. So we're gonna be putting down the roads and then the fences. Okay, so we want to actually take our road and go along the outside of the water area over here. We don't want to follow it too closely. We just want to get it enough so we just have pathways. Okay, something like this. And then it can just connect right here. Right? Same thing on this side. We can do it right here, honestly. Right? Where it just disconnects right here, goes down. And then we just have a road that goes back around and connects. Okay, we can't really do it right here. But what I will do is I will place this one right here. Just for now. If it works out later on, then it will work out later on. Now we can't obviously put some pathways right here. But yeah. So that's pretty much all we're gonna do for the pathways. Let's take a higher look at this. Where is it? Camera? I can't do this. I can actually. Um, yeah, I can actually. So this is what it looks like. Uh, Now our T-Rexes, since we have 3 of them, they're going to be in this area right here. Right, we have to put 9 enclosures in here. So our T-Rexes are going to be right here. Our Therizinosaurus probably end up being like right here or right here. Our big herbivore enclosure will be next to the T-Rexes right here. Right, just this big chunk right here. Dimetrodons are going to be right here. So that's currently 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we're probably going to put our medium carnivores like just along this whole area right here. That's like 6. And then we need our Giganotosaurus. Again, we're running out of space here, so I'm probably gonna have to take out some of the water area, which is fine. We could like put our. I don't want to put them there. Yeah, so we just want to space this out. Spacing is a big issue with this game, especially with maps that are bigger than they need to be. But yeah, so this whole area right here, this can be definitely condensed. So we just wanted to make a large thing so we can just do some changes to it later on, which is what we're doing right now. So we just kind of wanted to create a base and then go off of that base, right? So here, for instance, we can actually take this out, give some more land right here that we can deal with, right? Obviously, these little rivers right here shouldn't be too big. The vehicles will have to pass through them. So we don't want to make these too big. I'm not doing this correctly. Okay. Okay, and then over here as well. Again, we don't want to make this look like an extreme like water park. We want to give these dinosaurs some space to actually roam. Dimetrodons are different. They're a different story. These guys like water, like a ton of water. Okay, let's just make this not look unnatural. Actually, put some more land in between these two. Okay. Maybe just something like that. Okay. Let's actually give more water right here and then take away some. Yeah, like so. Cool. So this is our water features now. I'll just take the terrain that we have here and just smooth it out. We can just keep this as like a natural leveling point. So we can just do that for all the sides of the river. Okay. Cool. So we can actually start placing down our fences. Now, it's gonna be interesting because we can obviously have fences all along the end or the outside, but if I'm being honest, we kind of have to have fences all along the outside, don't we? Yeah, we have to. Damn. Okay. So we're just gonna follow this path and just put fences all along the outside of this pathway. Okay. Now that we've reached the end, we can actually start looking at what our layout looks like now. Okay. Cool. I actually didn't do this area. I don't want to put the fencing for this area over here yet, until we have all the rocks placed down, because I don't want to have to deal with placing the rocks around the fence. Especially if I don't know where the rocks are going to be, because there's going to be a lot of placeable objects here, right? So like rocks, trees, different little things just for them. So that's where that will be. Now we can actually start building up this entire area with other fences, so we can start spreading things out. Okay. So first things first, we want to place our main gate right here, and then we want to think about what we're going to do with our enclosures. So this area doesn't have any water. We can easily get some water to here, but what we want to do is before we get out of this area, we want to disconnect it from everything else. Okay. So this area will be closed off right here, and then we'll place a gate right there. Okay. So this is already one enclosure done, right? You still have to connect water to it though. Okay. And then we're gonna have another area right here. Like so. Now this is one of these cases where I want to place this down first, so I know what I'm placing. Like so I know where the fences actually are going to go. Okay. So, and then we connect this one right here. Okay, so that's number 2. Okay. Number 3 will be right here, placed on our fence. Just like so. We can take down this one right here. Just reconnect it there. Now this one is going to go to the water area. We have our river there. And then that one's going to keep on until all the way over here. Like so. And then we'll be placing another gate right here. Alright. Then on this side, we're going to just extend our fence all the way along this side. So, and then we have one more enclosure. So that's 3 out of the 9. So this is where most likely our Therizinosaurus or raptors or medium or our smaller solo ones need to be. Okay. And then this is where we can actually start making larger enclosures. So we need to take into consideration some of our animals are very, very hostile towards other ones. I'm actually going to change this area a little bit, because this is where our entry point for our Dimetrodon is going to be, right here. Okay, so we're gonna have our Dimetrodons like have the entry to the cave right here. I guess we can put like a little gate down right now, just because. Right. Now, every single area of this map doesn't need to be filled with dinosaurs. We could have like other areas that are kind of just isolated from everything, and just spread out. Right? It doesn't all have to be dinosaurs. Obviously we can be waiting for more dinosaurs to be shipped here and all that stuff, but as of right now, like this area right here, it could be used for a dinosaur, or it couldn't. We can just not do something there. Now, what I want to do is I want to put a dinosaur in the middle part right here. Now, I think I want to put either the Therizinosaurus or or just have it for. Oh, I feel like this big part shouldn't be for anything. I feel like it should be for like an actual dinosaur. So what I want to do is I want to have this go here and around and then just cross right here. Okay? And then have this one follow through all the way to this other side. And now we can just have this go to this other side right here. Like so. And then we just disconnect it here. Now, I need an entry point for this one. I'm thinking about it being right here. And then we can just connect all of this to right here. Okay, so that's another enclosure right here. We might have to add more water to this one, or just give it some water from over here. Okay. And then I was going to put the gate right here. So, and then have this be a pathway. So, yeah. Let's go this way. I know that these paths are huge too. This is just so we can actually have some space to put our trees. Okay. And then so we just have a pathway into here. Nice. Okay. Now actually we can make this an enclosure as well. I kind of want this one to be a little bit bigger. This makes sense. This actually makes sense. Hold on. So if I have this be our Dilophosaurus enclosure, it does make sense to an extent. For that. Connect them. Okay. So logic here. Dilophosaurus. Dimetrodon cave exit. The amalgam comes from over here. Right? The gate's right here. This is the gate that they exit from right here. Right? Dilophosaurus enclosure. These guys enter a car and they run into Owen and Claire and Kayla, right? At the tower, which we can obviously, I don't know, put the tower right here or something, right? Then our Giganotosaurus can be like, I don't know, in this enclosure or in this enclosure, just somewhere nearby, right? We assume that the fences are down at this point, or some something happened, you know. So just have these dinosaurs in this just one area. The Therizinosaurus. We can have the Therizinosaurus honestly just be like right here, or right here, somewhere where Claire actually had to like go to and go through it. Because the walls right there, yeah, it can honestly be any one of these enclosures. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. So let me actually take a look at my layout right now. So Dimetrodon. We have a Dimetrodon enclosure. We have an enclosure right here. This can be for Pyro. Honestly, that can be for Pyro. Okay. I don't think the Atrashoraptors were here, were there? I'm gonna keep them off until for later. But yeah, I'm just not gonna include them in the final outcome. There's Xenosaurus. We have that enclosure. Okay. Velociraptors. We have the Jurassic Park 3 raptors, right? Okay. We got those. Velociraptors. I will think about those. If I don't need to put those in, then I won't put those in. So we have what? There's Xenosaurus. Or I guess Giganotosaurus. There's Xenosaurus. Velociraptors. Pyroraptors. Dilophosaurus. Dimetrodon. Okay. I will be placing the Dilophosaurus away from the other medium carnivores. Yeah. Okay. Now if we continue upward, we have our, let's just make our large herbivore enclosure real quick. This one's gonna contain 1, 2. This one's gonna sing. Okay, this one's gonna contain a lot of dinosaurs. So yeah. So we want to have our T-Rex enclosure right here. This is a weird place to put some fences. Let's do this right here. And do this right here. Okay. This can connect. Like so. I don't know where that's gonna go, but that's gonna go that way. This one's gonna connect to this one. Okay. Now this is most likely gonna be our enclosure for our herbivores right here. Our T-Rex enclosure, I want it to be right here because this is where the movie ends with them by the BIOSYN place. I also don't want to cut off the water here. What I can do is I have this go all the way around. So, and then we cross this right here. Is this as far as it goes? Oh, it is. Okay. Cross this right here. Have this go around like so. Now this guy's gonna need water, so we can allow them to get the water from here. Okay. Get rid of this real quick, because I don't like how this one is. We can have this cross, but we don't want it to end there. Okay. And then now we just want to put some gates down because our enclosure for our T-Rex is going to be like right here. Okay, and we're going to have 2 gates right here. Alright. This one... And this one honestly can just go and... connect it there. This one can go all the way over here. Connect on this side. Let's actually put this one in the center of the island. Okay. So that's our T-Rex enclosure. This can be something else. Medium carnivores, maybe? I don't know. I think that can be medium carnivores, actually. Yeah. So we have our T-Rex enclosure created. Giganotosaur. You said there is, you said raptor, Proceraptor, Dilophosaurus. I kind of want to put the Velociraptor somewhere, so we can actually probably disconnect these two. A gate down here. A gate down here. Connect this one to the end. And then have this one go just through this enclosure. Okay. 2 more enclosures. This can be for Velociraptors. This one could be for Giganotosaurus, or the other way around, whatever we want to do. So Pyro, Velosa, or Pyro. Pyro, Dilophosaurus. We can honestly put anything here. Put our... Okay, we at least have a Giganotosaurus enclosure. That's the important part. So we have T-Rex, Giganotosaurus, Dilophosaurus, Dimetrodon. There's Dinosaurus. This one's gonna be Baryonyx, Allosaurus and all of them. Okay. This gate, we will place this gate right here. Okay. A little bit too small for the bigger ones. I might just take this and that's a bit better. Medium carnivores. Large herbivores. This water will definitely have to go outward more. Right? Okay. Let's smooth this out. Okay, like so. Just have some randomness going on with the water here. I think this might be enough water. We might have to add a little bit more inward because this is where we're gonna have our feeders for our fish. I will also be putting like feeders in this area as well. I actually will be expanding this area a bit more water-wise. So, okay. I will be expanding this to include the fences in the water. Same thing with this right here. Okay. And then right here as well. I was just thinking about the trees. If we're gonna have trees, then the trees probably won't be able to be placed on the line for the fences. Some of them are okay to like not have it, but some of them are just like maybe we should. That was my thought process on those ones. Okay, we have the large herbivore enclosure done. Cool. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. We have some extra enclosures. Maybe. I don't know. If we need to split up some dinosaurs, we can. We have some extra enclosures. But these two right here, they don't have water. So I was thinking we could make this cave connect to here, give these guys water, connect back over here, then we have another exit over here for the water that goes to here. Okay. And then if we want, we can also have this go here. Instead of it going this close, we could have it go around. Or we can just have the pathway go through instead of having it go here. Okay. And as you know, the Arzinosaurus enclosure had like a decent amount of water. So we could either make this a Therizinosaurus enclosure or this one. I'm still in favor of this one being a Therizinosaurus. This is just a lot of water, honestly. Not needed. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Okay, let's just smooth out the ends of the pathways. Or of the pathways of the like rivers and lakes and all that stuff. Okay. And I think that's pretty much our layout. We have gates everywhere, right? Connecting all the enclosures. Cool. Next things next, we want to place down our ranger posts now rather than later. So we know where we want to actually put like hills and stuff. So we're not just placing them down after we made all of our terrain changes. With like the different, like we want to make hotspots basically. That's what we want to do. And these hotspots actually will be where our ranger stations are. I still don't know what this name of this building is. Research outpost will be. Ranger stations. Yeah, so the buildings are going to be in the same area. So, like I said, we're going to be trying to follow the map from the air with the airport on it. Means we can close this and go to the airport map. Now, the airport map, it's a straight path from here to there, right? Which means we're going to want to probably delete these different pathways real quick. Okay. So, straight here to here, right? There is a tower. This will be our first point, right? So this is where all of them are going to be disconnecting from. So we can have a tower. Honestly, this is where we start taking down a lot of the stuff that we made just because of convenience purposes, right? To give the enclosures more space. Honestly, we can make this curve, right? Taking out... Oh, there's not even a gate here. I didn't even have a gate there, apparently. Right? Yeah, I didn't even have a gate there. So this is where our first research tower will be. And this is where everything else will branch out to, okay? So boom. Right? There's one of them. Okay, so it branches out to 2 over here, 1 over here. Okay, and so our 2 can be... Well, this one can actually go right here. Right? So that's the one in the middle. This is the 2 that's going to be right here. Now, if we need to place more, I will be placing more. Okay. Boom. 1. And there's another one over here somewhere. Okay, we can do there. Okay. Then we have a couple more right here. We have like 4 of them. We have 4 extra ones over on this side somewhere. So basically, we just want to create 3 pathways, honestly. That's the main goal of this, right? So we have our main one that connects from here to here. And then we have them branching out straight this way and then around and around. That's honestly the goal here. Right? The count of them doesn't really matter. Since our map is not going to be in sync with the airfield map or the map with the airfield on it. So I'm just gonna stick them where I think that they would probably be the best. Okay. Here, this is the Dilophosaurus enclosure, right? So we want to give them a reason to actually go to this tower. Actually, those are the amber mines. Actually didn't see that. Interesting. Okay. So there's actually 4 different connections from here. Now you can't do 4 connections from the path. Right, so we'll just be spreading them out. Yeah, it's not gonna matter. Okay. Honestly, this is another one of these enclosures where I will just take out this back pathway here. So this can just disappear. Right, which means this can just disappear as well. Because again, we're dealing with size issues. So we just want to accommodate to the largeness of the enclosures. Okay. Boom. Okay. Got those going down. Let's move this guy a bit. And move you over here some more. Like this. Yeah. Okay, then you can go here. Well, let's move you. Move you over here more, just out of the way. Because we're going to want to put trees behind that one. Okay. This one can go right here. This one can go right here. This one can be like in the middle of the field almost. This one can be like right here. Right. I think that might be it. I kind of want to take out this path all the way back here. Give the dinosaurs more space. Yeah. Yeah, some of these towers will be accessible via the paths. Others will not. Because again, we want this to be like kind of like our main pathway, you know? But this one, we will just be putting down right here. Moving this. Just like that. This fence we can get rid of. Now this path we can just honestly just have it go around. Right, something like that. We don't want it to go all the way through. We want to make our paths connect with the towers a bit. Okay, this one. Actually, hold on. Let's do this one first. All right, this one can just connect it there. Right. Stuff something like that. Because this is where our ranger stations, our feeders, you know, if they need like meat feeders, this is where that would be. Okay. That one's hard to get to, so I probably won't be doing a path to that one. This one can easily be done. Okay. This one here too. This one's actually gonna have a large area right here. This one we can't really get to. Here, we can do like a little path though. Just to make it look like, oh, it's accessible, but it really isn't. It really isn't. That's where we put the fences in the water. Okay. This one could honestly just be whatever too. This one doesn't have any. This one could just have a checkpoint right here. And yeah. So let's place down our ranger posts. All right. This is just to get our ranger teams out to our, just to go around the park, right? So the positioning of these doesn't really matter. We just want our ranger teams to be like wandering and all that stuff. There, and then I think this is our last one. Yeah, perfect. All right. Now a ranger team. Additional ranger team. Task scheduling. Nice. Right, you guys need to be connected via tunnel, which means we can take you now and connect you here. Then from here, we can connect you here and to, let's do here. All right. Okay. And then here we can connect you to here. All the way over there. Have our outer ring. Like so. This one can connect down the center to there. Okay, this one could just connect to here. This can connect to there. You can connect to this one. Nice. All right. So we only have two, right? That are not linked. Okay. Means this connects. This connects. We'll actually be connecting this one to this one. So this one doesn't have to connect to this one anymore. And then so from here we have this one connecting to this pathway. And then this one's connecting to this pathway, but this one we want it to connect here as well. And then this one can connect over here. Which means you're not connected to anyone, which is okay, which is good, actually. Alright. And then we want a station in the Dimetrodon area, but we also have a different plan for the Dimetrodon area. This is where we're gonna put our hatchery. I'm actually gonna remove some of the water from this area back here a little bit. Right. So now we can place you guys down. This is not facing the right way. Okay. Which means we need a connection point here, which we will be using our power hub. Okay. So, the way you can think of this, right? The way you can think of this is our power station, this back door, this white door, right? This could be the tunnel, right? And so this is connected to this outer track. And then this one connects over here. Like so. Or instead of this being connected to the pathways, we could have this take an alternate route all the way up here. And then just have this one connected right there. Something like that. Just something weird and totally random for our pathways. Right? And then this can be just connected right here. And then we have our pathway connected to it. So. I don't think I actually placed my fossil center. So if we want to make this an area as well, just another little random area, we can. I'm just not going to decorate this area. This area is not important to me. This is just a little area just to hide things, you know? Yeah. Cool. So we'll come back to this later when we want to design this. But that's essentially going to be the little tunnel area. Okay. So this is our layout for our tunnels. You guys would need to see it. You guys can see it. But that will actually be it for this episode. I know it was just laying out the park and making the rivers and all that stuff. All of the terrain changes, all of the terraforming and all that stuff, that will be when we make the separate enclosures, right? So like when we just go throughout the park and actually make the enclosures. Now the enclosures, what I'll be doing for those, I'll be doing them one per episode. So this is gonna take a while to actually continue and make. There will be some episodes where I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, we have these two enclosures, right? Or these three enclosures. I'll make those all one episode. If they're a small enclosure, I'll make them combined episodes. If it's something like the Dimetrodon or the large and herbivore enclosure, the medium carnivore enclosure, the T-Rex enclosure, you know, those will be different. Those will be just one episodes. The smaller ones will be just an episode combined. So all right, so this little area right here is going to be our herbivore enclosure. This is where we're gonna have a lot of our herbivores at. And for this one video, we will be just doing this enclosure. For the next one, we'll start doing like the T-Rex, the medium carnivores, until we get all the way over here, where we start doing multiple enclosures per episode. The only reason we're doing one episode for these bigger ones is because we want to actually make it look good. There has been a lot of issues in the past with my 2.5 hour long videos where I just don't spend enough time decorating or don't spend enough time doing something where I know I could be doing better. And this is my solution to it. Just doing, I guess, this one large herbivore enclosure in this one video for you guys, so I can actually put in some effort into the details. So this is what I decided with my new schedule as well, doing more videos, but having shorter videos anyways. All right, so let's just get into this and see where we go. So we have a lot of water. A lot of water. Makes me think. I think we want to go to the edges of the map. And we want to do what we usually do and just hide the edges of the map from the dinosaurs themselves. Okay, as much as we can. Right. So let's just do that. And then once we get up here, I think we want to make this a cliff. So let's divide this up a little bit. We are going to get rid of all of the stuff that we have placed here, including the pathways and the towers. Actually, no, we'll keep the towers, but we won't. They might move. Let's just say they might move. Nah, let's just remove them. Let's just remove all of these guys. Like so. Okay. Because we want to work on something like actually fresh here. So my plan here is to get rid of the water as well. So I'm basically just removing my progress from the last episode. So we have this big area of water, right? This big area of water is going to continue out this way along our cliff, right? Now we might have to push this back a little bit more to like right here or something. like so. And then we're going to want to also delete this and this and this. And then up here, we want to elevate this and bring this up to our cliff. Now, we don't want to have this what is this fence to be on the side of the herbivores. So we're gonna put it like there, and then we're gonna do our water trick where we place down our water close to the edge, or what we want the edge to be, and then we do it again on this side. Or I could just constantly get terrain constraints. That also works too. Oh my god. Okay, fine, just leave me alone here. It's still not happening. Hold on. Let's fix this real quick. I think it's just because of the side right there. Maybe? Oh. No. We're just getting terrain constraints because of the edge of the world for some reason. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Not because of the fence, is it? It's just because of, it's just actually because of this. Interesting. Okay, well, and that's probably honestly the best we're gonna get from that. Anyways, so let's put this down. Actually, let's leave this here. And then we're gonna take our water right here, and we're going to bring it out all the way to the edge of the map. But right here, we're going to do a little bit of cleanup and make the water kind of dip out. Okay, and then right here, let's expand this area a little bit more and bring this up, right? Then we're gonna smooth this out. Okay. And that is cool. We have a bunch of trees there now. Let's see if we can mix in some redwoods. Okay, we don't want the grass to go all the way off the island over here. Okay. Nice. I think we're good here. Okay, cool. That's nice. Now up here, let's get rid of this water. And, oh god, I'm gonna go back on my word, am I? Interesting. Yeah, I have a feeling I'm gonna start doing the T-Rex enclosure. Oh no. I say one thing and then I instantly take it back, and that's kind of iffy on me. Okay, so right here, we're gonna bring this all the way around. Okay, and then we're gonna smooth this out right here. This is going to be our pathway. Our pathway is gonna go alongside here and out through here. Okay. Now, this is where we have to take in other things, right? We're gonna be using sand for the outer banks of the river, right? Because we're gonna put some compsognathus in here as well. So if we put sand on the outer banks of the river, some of our paths are gonna be kind of just like hidden, right? So we have to either decide now if we want to do sand for our pathways, or if we want to do dirt. I'm honestly in favor of sand. I've always been in favor of the sand, like, roads on this map, just because the sand stands out a lot more than the dirt in my eyes. So I think I'm gonna do that. But yeah. Anyways, let's put some. What biome are we in? This is alpine. I believe this is alpine. Put some alpine rocks down. Let's do the randomization tool though. Okay, so this is going to be our like rock formation that we have for our wall here, or for our cliff. Um, Note that I just randomly put some rocks down. Whenever I place something like this, it's usually just random rocks. I don't like think about it too much. Um, so if you guys are following this like as a tutorial, go ahead. Just note that a lot of the stuff I do doesn't have a reason. So if you guys have trouble, I'm sorry. Especially when it comes to like the modded ones. This isn't a modded playthrough, so you're fine. But I just do a whole bunch of random stuff, thinking that I'm like, oh yeah, you know what, that might work. So I apologize if you guys have issues sometimes with some of my builds. Okay. So we're just gonna leave this right here for now. Like that is gonna stay there. Uh, for this one, right? Let's go ahead and paint our wall. So, we can go ahead and do this mixed with a little bit of this. Because we don't want it to be too much, you know? And then, of course, we're going to have some dirt on the ground. Because the dirt on the ground is going to be a lot better. Here we go. Cool. Place some trees here. Place some trees here, too, just for now. We're going to probably get rid of those in the future. Right now, we're just going to place trees there so we can get a backdrop for a thumbnail, too. We don't want to see empty background in the back. Perfect. Right. Now we're going to want to start placing down some trees right here. We don't want to use the brush tool. We're just going to want to place them down as decorations themselves. So let's just start placing down some of our redwood type of trees. Okay, right here though, we're going to place some trees. Yeah. We're going to even place a rock over it. Right. We don't really want to see this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Nice. Let's bring this down a bit. This needs to be sloped. It looks a little like too high. Okay. Boom. We have that area done and ready now. Next thing we need is this right here. This could honestly just be some random vegetation. We can bring this up a little too. Slope this down. Just to give it a little bit of randomness to it. Okay. Might want to bring this in a little bit. Doesn't always have to be sloped on the sides. Okay. Nice. All right. Let's place our actual research outpost now. So did I moved this one, right? This one will still probably end up being here somewhere. Um, so for right now, I'm gonna put her here and connect you here. And then this one will go right here on the ground. So okay, we're gonna lower this stand. I do not want to show my view. I'm lowering it, right? No, I'm not lowering. Now I'm lowering it. Okay. I'm lowering this stand. Put some sand on the ground. Then I'm going to place the ranger post, and we're going to put it out on this side over here. And then we're going to place down our feeder for our compies. Just on the side right here. Let's place it somewhere else. Let me place it somewhere over here. This is too close to the water. Okay. And then when we get close to this, let's actually place down some of our smaller rocks. Let's just put like the big ones in the river. Okay. Right, that's good. We can place down some more trees now here. Trying to remember why I play modded. I feel bad. Let's put this down actually. This is way too high to be on the fence line. I feel like you can see that too much. Okay. Perfect. Okay, we're gonna put some trees down right here so you can't see past that. Just in case I want to use this for a photo. You know, you see what I mean? Just in case I want to use this as a photo. Nice. Okay. That was 20 minutes in this one area, by the way. This next area, right? So we're gonna take our path. I'm gonna go through here. And then this is gonna go upward, all the way up here, right? But we can still continue on this way. So we will have a mountain right here. Or a hill or something, right? This will extend out all the way over here to the edge of the map. Right? This will extend out all the way over here. We'll have a slope that goes upward. so this right here is gonna stay up there. Let's see if we can do this up here now. This one's working a lot more. Okay. So that's gonna be our terrain for this, right? This is okay that it's sloped like that. It's fine. Just more here as well. We're gonna add more to the side. More of these trees to the side. Same thing with right here. Okay, up here though, we might take this down a little bit. Okay. And then we're gonna add some redwoods on this side. And on this side. Okay. Then we want to take our rock, put it all along this, right there, mix in some of our darker rock. Okay. And then let's start putting down our rocks for this. Then right here we can put some more, and just kind of just divide up things a little bit, you know, so it's not just all spaced out. Okay, smooth out the water. Okay, we'll keep this water the same. Okay, we have this like little island right here. Put some trees on this. Let's expand the size of this. Okay. Okay. Let's put this a little bit further down. Can't really see it. Okay. Boost this side, and this side. Right, that works. Nice. All right, we're gonna leave this open right here. We're actually gonna put some of these guys, the Tempskaya. I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce that. Okay, this gives ground leaf and tall leaf. Okay, so this is where our dinosaurs are going to be getting our tall leaf and ground leaf from. All right here, right? I wanna dig deep here. Put it here. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. A little bit right here. Nice. Up here, we are going to be putting just ground leaf in the middle. Actually, let's do it on the ends. Do it on the ends right here and right here. So let's try to stay away from the trees, the larger trees. So okay. And then we could have our ground fiber right here in the center. Okay. And then we could have our tall fiber on the sides. Like so. this part right here, we can just fill this in because it doesn't seem like it wants to be friendly right there. The two mixtures of the trees. So we'll fill that in. We'll fill this in a little bit. Put some trees there. Out a little bit more. All right. The last thing that we will need is our. We don't have tall fruit, right? I don't want to put any of these trees. So let's put some of our. Yeah, let's put some of these. Put some of these right here. Right. This. And we can put some of them right here as well. So we can get rid of what we had. Okay. Same thing with like right here. We can put a little bit. We just don't want to push it too far. Where you can see the line. Okay, and then we can put a little bit more like right here. So, then our seed plants. These guys are going to be for our brachiosaurs. So we're going to place a lot of them within the vegetation around. This is also another reason why I put a whole bunch of trees just randomly around it. I know the seed plants are going to be annoying for the requirement for the brachiosaurs. So I just put just a whole bunch of just random trees that I can put the seed plants in the center of. Okay. All right. And then we can honestly put this area right here. Be the main seed plant area. And then let's kind of surround that with trees. Like so. Okay, this area is okay, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Now let's start making some hills. Right? Okay, that's one. We can do another one right here. Just something random, you know, just to give it some volume in the area. You know, same thing with like right here. A little bit of a hill. You can see it goes up. And we have a field. Goes up again. And you have another field that kind of goes up. That's perfect. And now it's time to place down the rest of our viewing galleries. So we could have one right here. Right? But that leaves this one open, and then we need an area right here. Honestly, this one can go right here. And I think that's perfect. So we hook these two up together. Right? And this goes all the way around to here. This one hooks up over here. Boom. Alright. We should have coverage on a lot of this. Let's lower this stand right here. Right. Yeah. Put this one up right here. Yeah, we can leave this up right here. Perfect. All right, now we gotta go and look what dinosaurs we have to put in this enclosure. Okay. So we have a couple of them, right? Let's go through them all right now. We have the Ankylosaurus, Brachiosaurus, the Dreadnoughtus, the Iguanodon, the Nuceratops, the Parasaurolophus, the Sinoceratops, the Stegosaurus, the Triceratops, the Kentrosaurus, the Stygimoloch, and the Gallimimus. Those are going to be the main herbivores in this enclosure. That's a lot. We might need a bigger enclosure. We're gonna need a bigger boat here. Oh wait. We'll do that in a bit. Okay. So we have our hatchery right here. Let's do our additional bays. And what else? Is it accelerated growth? I don't know what's important here. Okay. Synthesized dinosaur. So the first one we're going to be doing, we're going to go. Yeah, let's just go in a row. We have our Ankylosaurus. So we have an Inky. Where's our Inky at? There you are. Okay. Let's mix this up a little bit. Let's put... Honestly, that works. We can do our favorites. Hopefully we get a bumpy in here so we can, you know, do all of that BIOSYN Bumpy's adventure stuff going on. So let's make humble and defensive. Okay. We're gonna get 3 of them. Cross our fingers. Let's hope for bumpy. That's... Huh? You just gave me bumpy all of the times? Okay. Well, now I'm gonna have to unfavorite bumpy real quick. That's like the first time that it's ever given me all of just that one specific skin set. Let's do our one here. Right, 2001, 2001. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have 4 of these guys. Now let's send off all of these 4 guys. I'll actually speed this up a little bit. Actually, no, I think I'm just gonna cut until we have it done because this is gonna take me a while, guys. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is gonna take me a hot while. So I'll be back with you guys and I'll show you guys, you know, all the dinosaurs in the enclosure after we're done. I just want to say that I'm going to be giving my most of our dinosaurs the social, humble, and some just other random trait. That's not going to matter. It's just going to be something like, you know, like, oh, if I want them to be faster, I'm going to give them fit or something. So the main 2 modifications going to be doing are the social and the humble. All right, so we have finished with our dinosaurs. There's a lot of them in here, but I will actually be showing me seeing the size of these real quick. So just you guys don't randomly have it shown during the episode. So I'm gonna prepare the ends of these with some sand, and then on the inside of here, I'm debating: do I want to do sand or do I want to do dirt? I think I want to do sand on here, right? It looks better if it's sand, yeah. The dirt doesn't really make sense. Well, it does, but it would look better if that dirt in the center was just actual like pure dirt and not grassy dirt, you know? Let me just do this real quick. Okay. I'm not going to do any of the other sides of the river because you saw how I changed this up a bit. Make it like a little bit different. I do want to steal a vehicle real quick from our BIOSYN place. Alright, cool. Guests want more food amenities. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not gonna do that. Alright. This is a nice little area that we have. A lot of dinosaurs in this one area, though. I wish they stayed out of the water more. Which I'm hoping for the new game to have. I mean, I hope. I know the new game's gonna have like actual like water depths, so it just doesn't look like they're just running through the water, because that is really annoying to have to like look at, because it's just like I don't like how they're walking through the water. Like dunking your head in there too. Oh my god, guys, this is like the last. This is the last one that needs to be added to the park. This is our last Gallimimus that needs to be added. This is actually looking really nice. Even with the differences between, you know, the different animals that shouldn't be in the same enclosures with each other, like the Dreadnoughtus and the Brachiosaurus, they're still right next to each other. That's really cool. Oh, damn. Wait, this is supposed to be Pierce, right? Is this the skin? No. Wait. Is it? No. Wait. Why are you a different size? Wait, are they normally... This is supposed to be Pierce, right? Right? I'm not crazy. That's larger than this one. Oh my god, I love this. I love the fog from the atmosphere as well. That's absolutely amazing. And was that our last one? That was our last one. We have all of our dinosaurs here already. Look at everyone. Hi, guys. So we have some of our different, like, mixtures of dinosaurs. We have our 93 Triceratops with some random ones. Same things with our iguanodons. We have the Dominion ones, and then our Ankylosaurus. We have our 2001 ones, as well as we have Bumpy right here. Brachiosaurus, same thing. We just have different types of dinosaurs, as you saw between our Kentrosaurus as well. You know, we mixed and matched. You know, we put in things where they're supposed to be and where like would make sense. Same thing with our Dominion Parasaurolophus, which I absolutely love their model now with this. Absolutely looks amazing. But yeah. So we kind of planned this early on last episode when we were making this like rock wall. So we want this elevated, and if you guys remember the scene from Jurassic World Dominion at the very end where they like showed this view of the sanctuary or the compound, you can see that the T-Rex is right here with its the other two. So I'm kind of going off of that, meaning this has no impact on the build at all, but I'm going to be elevating this area in the center, moving this I'm actually going to be moving this. Let me just remove that completely. And yeah, so this one's going to be kind of a short video. It's not going to be that long. The next few weeks I will be busy with some important and like actual work stuff. So a lot of the time I'll be posting some videos like this where it's kind of short, but soon we'll be back to longer videos, especially once we get to the part where we start to do multiple enclosures in one video. For instance, there's Xenosaurus, Dilophosaurus, and whatever dinosaur this was supposed to be, and then this one as well. We'll probably be hitting all of these enclosures in just one video. So for the next few weeks, we'll be just doing the T-Rex, the Giganotosaurus, and then the medium carnivores over here. After that, all of the rest, it's going to be one video, except for the Dimetrodon enclosure, or cave, I guess you can say, sorry. Except for the cave. We'll be trying to plan this out a little bit more. I'm going to wait until the end to do this, because it's just hated in my eyes, and I do not know how I'm going to make a cave in, like, in unmodded. So I have to try to figure that one out. But anyways, so what we're going to be doing is we are going to be making sure that we can slope this up. Now right here, we're going to have a cliff go alongside the entire enclosure. Possibly, if we can, boost this upward as well. So we want to bring this all the way through, and let's actually go over the fence line as well. Okay, so we're gonna bring you over here and just drag you all along. All right, cool. Next thing we want to do is we want to take our water and we want to put it on the base of the base of the hill. Right, we want to make this slope even like slopier. If you guys haven't seen my most recent video, I used this tool to slope the terrain even more than it needed to be with the slope setting in the terrain tools. But this one, I'm gonna bring this a little bit closer. We just want to get the water there, so we have like a natural base. Next thing we want to do is we want to bring this closer. I forgot that issue happens with the terrain limit for some reason. Okay, we want to bring this closer. all the way around. Okay, I forgot this was happening the last time we filmed this, that the terrain wouldn't actually go up. So we're gonna have to probably just deal with this because I'm not gonna bother with the terrain or not the terrain constraints, the constraints of the map. Actually, that's what that is. So we're just gonna have this be. It looks a lot better, actually. Let's go ahead and that. Okay. Cool. Now we want to slope this so because this is going to be our way up for our vehicles. Let's actually bring this out a little bit. Okay. And then we can slope it. Okay. On the edges right here, we're gonna kind of curve it. And we just wanted to follow the edge of the pathway. Okay. Cool. Next thing we have to do is let's just curve this as well, this entire side, until we get to the rocks. So just curve this entire side. If we want, this can be sloped as well. I mean, matter of fact, let's just slope all of this. Yeah, let's slope all of this, and then over here is where a cliff's gonna be. Okay, so that means we're going to probably change the shape of the enclosure. So let's take this off real quick. And we'll put that back in a second. Actually, I should probably put that back now. I'm gonna forget about it later. So let's just put this somewhere where we won't forget that it's there. This is going to be okay. Let's just put this here and then connect it. So and then connect this to the exterior one. Okay. So that's no longer on the side. We could slope this. Doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. I have kind of no idea why this is facing this way, but I'll keep it like that. Yeah, I'll keep it like that. This on the other hand, we're gonna go to our BIOSYN and get our research outpost. This is going to be right here. Then we're just gonna connect them to our pre-existing points. So, and I think we actually might want to bring this one down. I think we bring this one down. I was thinking about this after the stream too. I think with this one, we want to bring this one down. And then I want to move this one. Basically, turn it this way. Right? Okay. Leave that up. And then this one can be left down. Yeah, that one can be left down. Okay, cool. All right, so the T-Rex, we're gonna be doing our 3 T-Rexes. I don't know if it was confirmed if the 2 were considered Buck and Doe from the Lost World. I don't know if that was confirmed or not. You guys can leave a comment. But for this video, I will be using the 97 skins for this. Okay. So we're gonna just put trees on the edge just to mask the outer cliff area from over here. Doesn't really matter, that's outside of our enclosure anyways, so it's okay. And then we're going to apply some of our rock texture. Again, we're going to be using the darker one on the inside. Over here. Perfect. That can carry on all the way through there. This doesn't need to be applied over here. I was thinking that we also combine it with our lighter one, but we want the texture of the darker rock applied onto the lighter rock. What that means is we want it to look like it's actually has the texture, but we want to make it look like it's light gray, not black. Okay, so something like this, you know, something blended. Okay. Then let's bring our sand up to the very edge. Perfect. Okay. And then let's also actually just bring this to the coast as well. I think we said we were going to be using sand for our sides of our enclosures, or I guess where the water is. So let's go ahead and do that. There will probably be some land like that. Honestly, this whole area right here will probably be mixed with sand and trees, so it'll be okay anyways. Okay, this can go here. Then let's do this side real quick. Kind of funny because I think this will be the Giganotosaurus enclosure on this side. So, you know, when both of them are getting water, you know, one of them was going to want to fight the other, and they're just going to be hit with water instead. Okay, we're just going to do that little continent. Then we'll just do this island real quick as well. This is a part of this medium, the medium carnivores area. It's gonna be right here. But anyways, let's get our trees going. Actually, let's make our T-Rex. See if we can apply the changes now, rather than later after we make our T-Rexes. Okay, so let's go all the way down to our Rex. Here we go. Modify genome. Cool. Now let's go favorite A, B, and let's do 2022. Okay. Oh, wait. We gotta make sure that we click favorite from each. Okay. Small appetite. I want to remove all the negative traits and I want to add humble and social. I can't wait for the baby 2Xs. Okay. That's going to be 2 of them. Let's synthesize more. And let's play our luck and see if we get... Are we lucky today? To hit by a lottery ticket? TXA. Okay. We got TXA, so... B and 2022. Perfect. Okay. Sand, water, prey, open space, forest. Okay. I think we should be okay. Let's get them in there and then let's see how it goes. Okay, so our last T-Rex is being finally delivered. And that is a beautiful skin. Is this the 97B one? It is. That's actually a beautiful skin. I actually like this one a lot. Let's see what other ones. Let's see the other skins. Okay, I believe this is our 2022 one. Okay, it's got the scars and everything. Oh, I messed up, didn't I? Uh-oh, we have a T-Rex in the... Let's get this guy out of here. Why wasn't that closed off? Wait, did I just not close that off, or? Good thing I noticed that right now. Okay, we'll have him sedated soon. Or sedated soon. Okay, let's see how everything is. So you guys will have more water if you guys go over here, but sand definitely is okay. It seems like they need more forest. Yeah. Okay. So let's go with the redwoods, actually. Let's provide them with some redwood trees. Okay. Like the areas that the redwoods are sparse, I'm just going to be putting some, like, of the larger trees, of the actual forest trees. I just don't like how sparse the redwoods are in this game. I think a lot of people can agree with me on that one. Cool. All right. I would place more of those trees there, Did you get sedated? Yes, you did. Okay. I need to level him here. Okay. Put our ranger post down again. Have it right here. And then we can put down our feeders. Okay, live prey. One can go here. And one can go here. Alright, where are the other Rexes at? Here you are. Okay, you guys have 2 prey feeders. And you guys have enough forest. Nice. That does not mean that I will not be placing any more trees. I will be placing a ton more trees. They will go right here. Here. Along this side. Right here. And right here. Up until there. Perfect. Okay. A lot of this is just random placements. Most of my builds are random placements. I got a funny comment on one of my videos from a few years ago, back in 2022. I don't think I was doing commentary back then, but they were saying, I think it's complete BS, blah, 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 that he doesn't tell us the exact angles and stuff. And I read it, I'm like, huh? But I think I've been doing better at this. I think I've been doing better at actually explaining what I'm doing. A lot of the time before, it was just me randomly placing things like how I'm now, right? I'm just using the random tool, and whatever I see, it's like, oh. So for this one, right? What I'm going to do here is I'm going to just use that little notch that I'm touching the tree with, right? Right? I'm going to use that as like my main point in relation to the tree, and then just place it. Okay, that's what I mostly do with most of my like rocks and stuff. And if it's the small ones, I honestly just randomly place them wherever. I don't really care about placements with the small rocks, just as long as it's not a lot of small rocks. Like if it's something like this, I'm just gonna place it randomly again too. And a lot of the time I like placing the smaller rocks right underneath big rocks. So that's my thought process on a lot of this stuff. All right, we have a nice little T-Rex enclosure pretty much completed. So in our previous episodes, what we did was we made in our first episode, we made our airport. You know, it's right here, kind of cool. It's been a while since we took a look at this. Second episode, we laid out the entire park. As you guys can see, I labeled them. I'll talk about all that stuff in a little bit. But in our second episode, we laid out the park. Third episode, we made our main herbivore enclosure with, got Bumpy over there. Look at Bumpy over there. Yeah, with all of our herbivores, a lot of pathways and all this stuff, and a lot of water. Last episode, we did our T-Rex enclosure. So this episode, we're moving on to this enclosure. There's a G, so I'm guessing you guys know what this is. We're going to be working on our Giganotosaurus enclosure. Now, I was thinking about it. Why? You know, I'm thinking about it now again too. Yep, thought about it. Okay, we're switching these. So I'll talk about the letters. So G is for Giganotosaurus, D is for Dilophosaurus, V is for Velociraptor, T is for Therizinosaurus, A is for Atrociraptor, P is for Pyroraptor, and D is for Dimetrodon. And then MC over here is for medium carnivore. So I'm going to switch these two because it just makes a little bit more sense to me. I was also going to change this fencing right here. I was going to move this to be cut in the middle right here. And then I was going to swap that and remove these two pieces. Okay. Then I was also going to remove this. Place the BIOS. Actually, I don't need to place the BIOSYN fence in the water. That's okay. I mean, we don't even need these fences in the first place. Okay. So that's our first change. Our second change was going to be... Well, I don't really need a second change.
Anyways, so I'm gonna actually switch these around because you know this is not what I was thinking. So I'll just put the DI right here. Yeah. So this is gonna be our Giganotosaurus enclosure. Now, obviously I gotta make this look like the movie, right? So what we can do is we could have this part right here sloped up higher because this is where they fall off the vehicle or roll down the hill. Even though they make it seem like it's a decently high hill. Right, so we can have this up here. Okay. I want to bring this in a little bit because obviously if we get closer to the side, it's not gonna really pick it up and it's not gonna be good. And I don't want this too close to the water. So as we go closer to this, we're going to go down a level, halfway down, and bring this out. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Okay, this is where we can actually connect it a bit more. Okay. Now we just want to slope this up. Same thing with right here. We want to slope this up. We can kind of slope this too right here if we want to. Okay. Next thing we have to do is slope this side and this side. Okay. Now let's see how this looks. Do we want to slope this down? Yeah, we can slope this down. Okay. Now let's put some trees in between this and along the sides of our enclosure. Okay, like so. Let's clean this up a little bit more. Make sure the trees are not in the water. Okay, so this is where they're gonna fall, right? I wish we could put a fake vehicle, but we can't. I mean, we can keep a vehicle there. We'd have to use the no, but you can't hide it in the BIOSYN fences. Actually don't know how I would hide it. Okay. Anyways. Okay. Let's finish this up. All right. Now right here, we're gonna put a little bit less trees, but we're still gonna put trees. Okay. And we're gonna make it look like there was some off-roading going on here. Right. And we're gonna finish this up by putting some more sand. Now I'd like to put some trees right here. But I'd also like to put some rock. I feel like we just need a little bit of rock for enclosure. Make it look better. You know, they're happy that they didn't go down this side of the hill. They got the lucky side of the hill, you know? Okay. We can do that. Perfect. And a little bit more. I want to bring this edge in. Oh, actually, this is going to be changed when we work on the Dimetrodon enclosure. But for right now, we're just going to fill it in with trees. Okay, we want to make sure that there's a pathway in between. Right? Like a clear enough pathway that you can see it. I want to make sure this is sloped enough. Something right here.
Okay. Perfect, actually, this is nice. All right. So let's work on our Giganotosaurus. G. Something I completely forgot about is that this design is the original design from Evolution. I've never used it after the new one came out. Okay, let's make him humble. We want to do that. Tolerant, and we can keep it intolerant. Yeah, let's just do that. Begin task. That's going to be going on in the background. We're also going to get some dilos going, since we're going to be doing that enclosure too, because this video is only 10 minutes and I'm done with the first enclosure. So this is what I was talking about. We're going to probably start putting parts together, just because, you know, it takes us a couple of minutes to do one thing. I want them to be social. I like them being social. I like the Dilophosaurus being social. Okay, so negative trait. Click on this. Cool. Select all. I didn't have a number, right? Okay, no, I don't have a number. Okay, cool. Okay. Now let's begin on our Dilophosaurus enclosure. So I know this enclosure is way bigger than this one. Yeah, don't come at me. So for this one, we don't need more water. Yeah, we know we don't need more water. Okay, so for this one, we're just gonna pretty much do the same thing. A lot of this is gonna be forest. Obviously, because it's, you know, forest. The whole entire place is forest. Besides this river part right here. So it's kind of, this is why I was having a difficult time making any of these BIOSYN maps, because it's just like, I don't want to just do all forest, you know, and have it just be split up. Now we can do something special here. I might actually do something special in the middle right here. Okay, let's get our Giganotosaurus. You go here. Oh, you need food too. Let's bring you down for some reason. Okay. Yeah, that's perfect. Now for this, I kind of want to bring our pathway up here and then have it come all the way around. We could possibly make it go all the way over here. Remove these trees that are in the way. Okay. And then we could bring the water in through here. That looks a little bit weird. The water just ends there. How about we just do like a little bit of lake? Can we put some shrubs between them? Okay. Want to make it look like it's a little bit dried up. Okay. Then we elevate this. Okay. Now this entire place, let's elevate it. we're probably gonna have to get rid of the water. Okay. All right, let's get rid of the grass on the sides. Okay, let's slope this. Slope this. We might want to bring this out a little bit more so we can slope this down better. Okay. Then on this side, we're going to do the same thing over here. We're going to slope this down. Let's also bring this out over here. Now, we don't want this to be too much right here. And then I think we want to slope this. So we can possibly put a little line through. Okay. Let's get some trees going on right here. Give us a reason to go up. Okay. So the vehicle goes up once we get here. Let's lock that off. The vehicle goes up once we get here. Okay. And then once we're up here, we can look down into like the little valley area that we have right here. I don't want to go around it though. Okay. Slope this a little bit more. And then we want to put some rocks down. All right. Now let's kind of mix in this rock. Okay. Nice. So let's bring this sand back. Want to make sure we're getting the top of this. Okay. We want to make sure this rock doesn't go down more than it needs to. All right, that's nice looking. So now we can slope this more. Okay. Now let's bring out some of our decorative trees and let's put them on this end over here. I'm happy that I actually overcompensated with this enclosure. Okay. Next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that they have enough food. So we're going to put one of their feeders down right here. And I think we're going to put another one up here. We're going to have some sand going up to this as well. Okay, and this will be our Dilophosaurus enclosure. So let's see how they will like this.
we're gonna go check on our Giganotosaurus as they get delivered. All right, how are you doing, buddy? Where are you? There you are. Like this place? Okay, yeah, you enjoy this place. We want to slope this down on this enclosure though. We don't want this to be annoying. Okay. Nice. Now, I don't know how in the movie the T-Rex and the Giganotosaurus are gonna fight over the deer. I don't, because the deer's technically over here and they'd have to like all roam this area. Don't ask me questions that I don't just know the answer to. So I'm just not gonna even try to acknowledge that whole thing. But yeah, that means we can move forth. And let's work on our Therizinosaurus enclosure. All right, so this one's gonna be a little bit more special. We're gonna put some dirt on the end over here purposely. All right, and we're gonna have this go outward this way. Now we're gonna place down one of our trees. I want to use a large one. Not that large. I think this one works. Okay. This is gonna be the main tree. This is gonna be the tree that Claire goes down on. Okay. And then we're gonna put down a whole bunch of vegetation. Okay. Delete the T. Yeah, we're gonna clear this area out. I believe right there, Xenosaurus likes ground leaf. So we're gonna put some ground leaf down over here. Okay. There's nothing really special about this enclosure. It's just the movie scene that's gonna take place. And that's pretty much all I'm gonna do for this enclosure. Okay. We need to bring our sandy shores. Big shores. We have to bring our sandy shores to this area. Okay. Okay. Nice, that works. Okay, we need to connect you back. Nope, not sure you. Alright, connect you back. Yeah, we can keep you heightened. Alright, and I think that will be our Therizinosaurus enclosure. Not a lot. I want to add some more trees actually. Hold on. Smaller trees. Imagine I can get like the deer body here. let's get some dirt going. Bring it up to our tree. Is there... should I just use sand? No. I'm gonna use dirt, even though everything is dirt on this map, so yeah. Right, there's grass and there's dirt. Yeah, I'd rather use dirt. I mean, I can make the rest of the enclosure look grassy compared to this, but it's all just dirt, yeah. Okay. And that will be our there is Xenosaurus enclosure. Now let's take a look at our dilos. Are they enjoying life here? Yeah, they are. Nice. Which one looks like a good camera candidate? You do. There you go. All right. So we have all three of our enclosures completed. Let's get our there is Xenosaurus in here. Actually, I kind of forgot about him. Or it. E. E. There you are. Humble and appetite. Cool. Got our theory. All right, that's not what I meant to do. I was gonna say, you think it'll walk all the way to the place that it's supposed to be, but that's too far for them. Oh, it's going after people. I didn't know that it was going after people. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I have to also put fish feeders down, huh? I have to put fish feeders down for our birds. No, I kind of want our birds to stay in one specific area. So I will be placing this around this island, pretty much. Because I don't want them going towards the airport, because it wouldn't make sense for them to go this close to the airport. I'm actually going to remove this one right here. And I don't want them going too far this way, because then they're going to not have this area like be mentally their home. What are you doing? So I want them to like think like, oh my god, my home is here, right? Like this is my island. So that's my thought process with this. Did you already get transported? you did. Okay. Well, I'm guessing you like your area. All right, cool. Nice. Start recording the video, the stream as well. Yeah, let's just get into it. I went to go get coffee because I'm tired. I didn't even notice that I didn't set the thumbnail or the right time on the stream because I set the stream up at like I want to say like midnight last night. So yeah, it's been interesting. So this is a continuation from our current series of BIOSYN. So if you guys haven't checked out any of those, you guys should go check them out. We've completed quite a bit. I just decided to do a stream on this, or yeah, I just decided to do a stream on this because these next few enclosures, they don't really deserve their own videos because it's just like I'll end up probably doing them all in one video anyways, just because of how small they are. And they're not big enclosures like the herbivore one or the T-Rex. We kind of saw it last episode where we were making our Giganotosaurus enclosure. And I said, really? We're done now? And it's only been like 10 minutes into the stream or into the video. So that's when I'm like, okay, let's add on the Dilos and then the Therizinosaurus. But yeah, so it's getting to the point of the build where we just start adding the enclosures together. Now there are some things that I want to change that I went through when I was planning this. I want to split this up in half, this area up in half, because I realized that some of our medium carnivores don't get along with each other. And I don't know what the hell I was thinking, trying to put them all together in one enclosure. So the way I was thinking of doing this was I was going to split this up like pretty much right here, have it go along the water, like how I did with most of these other things. It was either that or just split it half diagonally, but I feel like I like this way better. Now our Therizinosaurus here, so we have to watch out so it doesn't escape. So let's take this and have you follow this line. Now we aren't using any mods for this build. I'd just like to point that out. Medium carnivore 2. Baryonyx. Okay, so we're gonna need the fish feeder actually. Hold on, we're gonna need the fish feeder in on this side. So we're gonna have to start it off from here. It's just because we have the baryonyx in this enclosure to MC2. So there we go. Okay, let's remove a little bit of this one and then continue it on there. Which makes me, I can't really get rid of the water on this one because of the Allosaurus that's going to be here. So our dinosaurs that we have left to do are our Allosaurus, Baryonyx, Carnotaurus, Jungosaurus, Monolophosaurus, Dimetrodon, Pyroraptor, Velociraptor, and Atrociraptor. So there are quite a bit of dinosaurs left. I fortunately have made most of them in this area, in this hatchery. This might have to move though, because our Dimetrodons are going to be right here, and I'm going to actually expand up here for the Pyroraptor. Now, I think the Pyroraptor's enclosure is going to be pretty much like a very simple enclosure. I feel like all of these enclosures are going to be simple enclosures. Just because I feel like all of these are going to be simple because they're all forest. I'm trying to add something different for each of them, but it's starting to get to the point where they just start mixing into each other, kind of like how these started happening. So the difference with this one was that there's the cliff that goes down to the water, and then there's the hill right here from like the movie, and then the Dilophosaurus enclosure was that the water was going between, and we have like a valley here or whatever that's called. And I'm trying to do something different, but it's just, I don't know, I'm gonna run out of ideas pretty soon for some of these enclosures because it's just gonna end up looking like forest, which isn't a bad idea, or which is, it's not a bad thing. Because again, it's supposed to all be, it's not supposed to be like human interaction or a whole bunch of man-made stuff. It's supposed to be forest, so I, I guess that's how it's supposed to go. Yeah, it is a lot. It really is a lot. It's okay. This is probably a lot simpler than a lot of my other series that I have going on right now, which is okay. So MC1 is our Carnotaurus and our Majungasaurus. Now we have 2 Carnos and I believe 3 Majunga. Yeah, we do. I left the Majunga still up. Let's turn. I've also been working on the Minecraft server, the fossils and archaeology Minecraft server that I'm using for the recordings. A lot of stuff happened on that. Oh god. But yeah. Okay, so we have 3 of these guys and 2 of these guys. Now, you guys like sand and you guys like rock, but you guys don't really care for rock that much, which we're able to get past a lot with that then. Open space. Okay, you both like forest a decent amount. All right. So, let's remove the letters. Okay. And so these guys like forest. So I'm going to be placing, I guess, well, let's try to do our unique thing for this. Here. Let's bring this out all the way over here. And then we'll have this follow along and we'll make a cliff up here. And so there's going to be a cliff right here that leads down into this area. Can't afford it. I know if you're on PC, I don't know. I don't know really the deals on consoles. I don't really follow the deals on consoles because I don't have one. I know if you're on like PC, the game goes on sale a decent amount every so often. I just keep up with Frontier and their announcements because they announce it every so often. It goes on sale. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, like I have this like go up a decent amount. I don't know why I did the rocks before I did the mountain. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of backwards thinking right now because of some things going on. So we're gonna have this go and all over here, but on this side it's just gonna slope. I don't feel like having this be too much of an issue to this enclosure. It also adds like a different, because this area looks flat, a little bit too flat. So I mean, I guess, you know, adding like hills and stuff at the random corners of the enclosures is okay. Okay, so this is actually perfect because we can use this to make this go up. Okay. Now along here, let's go with dirt. I'm gonna bring this all the way through. I don't like how sloped the edge is, but it's not honestly sloped. I'm sure they have discounts. I don't know. I'd keep up with that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I actually updated that weird little mod that I made for the details of the roofs for that map. It's already on Nexus, but I don't know how much I'm gonna add to that because I do want to work on that, but it's just like I only have one reason to use that, so I don't know. Yeah, let's actually do a little cliff overlooking everything, and this is where we can put our ranger station. Yeah, no, I think I probably have one more stream to go, or one more video for the St. Hubert map. I'm going to move this. But that video might be released on Thursday. Because on Tuesday I have something coming up. So on like Tuesday I'll probably upload no, I don't know what I'll do on Tuesday. I don't know. I don't have my week planned. I usually plan my week right before I do my stream, so I can say it, but I actually don't know what my week is like. The good news is all the chaotic stuff happening is done. So I'm pretty much okay with doing more videos now. I think I'm gonna add some rocks here. Yeah, no, for a solid like hot minute, I was having issues following the schedule because of all the things going on right now with my software engineering stuff. Damn, that actually looks nice. Yeah. When I was I think when this game got announced, I wasn't really in the best position to buy it. I wasn't in like the best position to buy it, so it was just like I think I pre-ordered the game like almost like a few days before it actually released. Um and I was just like, oh god. And pre-ordering the third one, I was with my friend at the time. I'm like, god damn, I just blew through $70 and I don't know how I feel about this. Like I felt regret, but at the same time, I know I'm gonna make videos for you guys. So it's just like, is it regret or is it just damn, I can't believe I just did that. Oh, this covers both feeders. It's nice. But yeah. And quality, like the quality of my game. What do you mean? I don't even have a ray tracing or any DLSS on. That's probably why, actually. It's not cutting out the pixels. Okay. Now this needs a feeder. And I think one feeder might not be enough. We'll see how this goes. Actually, we can put both of them here. Nope, I didn't mean to click print screen. Here, we're gonna move this as well. This is kind of in the way. Yeah, cool. Add that one. Nice. We need to finish the fan on this side. Yeah, see, if this was its own video, this would have taken like 5 minutes on the video itself. I would like to say that for most of my dinosaurs, I do give them the humble and social trait, and then even out the negative traits that they have, so they don't have them anymore. That's what I usually do for the genetics of the dinosaurs. Okay, so we were gonna add these two. Add one close to the water, and then Majungasaurus. Hi, Hunter. Nice to see you. Yeah, I decided to stream like 30 minutes before usual. Because I was up and I'm like, you know what? It's okay. And I also put the wrong time on the stream. I put it for 9:30 by accident. I didn't know. And then I did that until I woke up this morning, looked at it, I'm like, oh, yeah, that's not happening. I'm not streaming at 9:30. I tried that. My energy was low back then. Uh, but now I ate, I have my coffee and everything's going good. My day is good. Don't try to talk when you're drinking coffee. That does not work out well, guys. Okay. Now the dinosaurs that we need now are the Let's wait on these actually. We'll do them later. Okay. You're lonely. Oh, right. They like to do that. I'm guessing that's not going to be in the next game. I'm adding rocks. What biome is this? Taiga? Temperate? Taiga. Alpine. Alpine? What biome is this? Is this Alpine? It's definitely Alpine, right? It's definitely Alpine, okay. Because it's not temperate. Oh, could be temperate. It's Alpine? Okay. Makes sense. There's mountains everywhere. Alright. Which means the rocks are gonna have to be different. Okay. I don't remember that being an option down here, randomized rotation. I thought it was just a keybind. Should have probably done this before I added the dinosaurs. No, I'm gonna try something different with the rocks on this one than I did on the other ones. I'm gonna only put the rocks on the bottom and then I'm going to paint around these rocks like the texture that they are, like the white one, and see how that looks. So I don't have to place down like 50 million rocks and then cover them with trees because it looks disgusting. Because if you guys don't know this, I am a fan of covering up my work that I do and I spend like 5 hours on, and then all of a sudden I just cover them up with trees. That's usually what I end up doing with a lot of my stuff because I just don't like how it turns. I hope everyone's having a good day. I'm waiting for my... Oh, it's finished actually. Put some trees there. Oh god, yes, that will be saving me a bunch of time. I like how they added things that save a bunch of time, and then they added like the modular building where I'm going to be spending hours on. I just like to say this. Um, the stuff that I'm working on for the rebirth build, um, that stuff is taking me like a long time to actually build because I'm doing piece by piece. I'm doing piece by piece, like treating it like it's like, you know, modular. Um, and the way I play Planet Coaster is the same way, or not Planet Coaster. Uh, uh, the zoo one, Planet Zoo, is the same way because I'm just very, I don't know, I'm very, I'm a perfectionist when it comes to some things. And when it comes to how the building's going to look and the color style and all that stuff, it's an issue. That's also an issue with my day-to-day because of UI design. So it's just like, yeah, I like to backtrack on a lot of stuff. I'm getting these same rocks and it's kind of annoying me. Okay, I think I place a rock here. One more. Wish I can. Did I just? Oh, that boat just got smashed. And then what we can do is we can add more rocks down here. Add some trees near those rocks. I don't like how that one is. True. Placing the kelp individually is kind of annoying. But I hope you guys know that I will be doing like speed build videos on the like the modular stuff that you guys can actually build. Um, and I'll have them. I'm guessing they'll make it easy to upload it to the Frontier workshop. That's going to be cross-platform. So I'll just have that like either linked or I don't know how it's done. I'll have it like I'll have it referenced somewhere in that. But yeah, we do need a brush. But I'll have that done. And so you guys don't have to like 100% follow it because I know the speed build videos are very hard to follow. Going into it back like 3 years ago when this game came out. Well, it's gonna be 4 years, damn. 4 years ago when this game came out, I wasn't really thinking like, oh yeah, people want to follow my stuff. And then after a while, I'm like, oh, people want to follow my videos. I'm like, okay. Because before I think I did 500 times speed on my videos, which is like epilepsy warning level. But then I cranked that down to 250, realized that it was still kind of slow with my low movement speed in the game with my camera. And then so I had to crank that back up to like 350, and that's what I'm using now, which honestly is still it's a good speed. I noticed with the part tour that they released for Evolution 3, I noticed that they when they were doing the speed of it, their camera work on it and the speeding of it was kind of iffy. And I'm like, oh god. I'm like, this is what it was like watching my videos like back in the day. I do have a surviving Jurassic World Minecraft series coming out at some point. Now it's not going to be soon because it's going to take a while to actually make. Oh, oh, you're white. Oh, it actually looks scary. I think that's a blank. I think that's the one that has the blank one as well, maybe. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I'm doing like a surviving Jurassic World type thing with my friend. Gonna be somewhat scripted. It's kind of going to take like a improv role play type thing. I don't know how. I don't know. I still haven't like figured that one out yet, but hopefully we get that going soon. I want to have that done before Evolution 3. Plus that's going to be only a one video thing, so it'll be fun to record, even if it doesn't do good because it's Minecraft. But it'll be fun to record. Do we have a way up here? Oh wait, this is the pathway up. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Let's fix the texturing on the sides just a bit. Yeah, I will be doing the day it comes out, I believe. I'll do it like how I did the second game. I'll play the campaign and upload all the campaign videos within that first week. I won't do it like how I exactly did Evolution 2. Because in Evolution 2, I did the entire campaign in the first like 5 minutes. Now, I know that the campaign for the second one or the third one is going to be a lot more. So I'll be trying to upload at least one of the campaign levels each week. But that first weekend, I will also be starting the Jurassic World build as a live stream. So yeah, no, I plan to have a lot of this stuff done. I was thinking about pushing that back, but I don't think I should push that back. I was gonna push that back because of the modular building. But I think that honestly it'll be better just to build those things on stream with you guys. So I can spend an entire stream building one building and be like, hey guys, okay, that's it. But I will be doing the campaign. Hopefully it does take a lot of time. I know Evolution campaign took like me, I think the quickest I've done it in was 30 hours. I didn't exactly speedrun it. The longest it's taken me was around I think 60 hours. But I do plan to make a series on it. You guys actually like your enclosure though? Okay. You guys definitely do, and you guys probably do too. Right. Our next enclosure should be MC2, which is our baryonics. Now this one should be very simple. We're gonna, obviously you can see where I have my roads kind of planned out. I guess I can't really put a unique thing here. I don't want to elevate the island. Well, I mean, I guess that's it. It's an island now. Hmm. Bathroom building stream, exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Same. That's exactly the same thing with me. And I hope they don't. In the past, I was saying, oh yeah, it's a good thing. I like the unlocking things in the campaign before you actually get them in sandbox. I liked that because it gave you a reason to play the campaign. But the thing is, me being a person that's going to want to be building things for you guys, it's definitely not something I would enjoy doing, because that means I'd have to do the entire campaign before probably building Jurassic World for you guys. And if that's the case, then well, damn. That's gonna be an issue. But I think we could work around that. But no, I just can't wait to do a lot of the stuff in that. Like all these rebuilds, yeah, I do have something else for that. I'm not gonna say it. Because I'm gonna keep most of my ideas a secret until it comes out. But I've been thinking a lot uh about Evolution 3. I think for the baryonics enclosure, it's just gonna be this simple. We're gonna move these a little bit more though. It's gonna bother me. Oh god, I haven't actually thought about that. Um the species that I want them to return. Hmm. Oh, I'm gonna get hate for this. Um, they're probably not gonna add it back. Because of how poorly received it was the last time. But I really, really love the Stegoceratops. That's like the one species that I really loved between the first and the second one. I even think it's my, oh, I actually don't have Nitro anymore, but it used to be my banner pick, like the animation. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, that's why it's been kind of a delay on me making something like this, because there's hardly a map to follow and there's like not really much to go on. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, all this water doesn't make sense for me. I feel like this is way too much water for this map. Also, all this land over here is also part of the sanctuary. Like the dam is all the way back there. I ran about this in my first episode. I'm like, the dam's all the way back there, which means all of this land would have definitely been for the sanctuary. I'm like, why? Why? Like, why not? Like, why couldn't we just, I don't know. Because imagine having this much land and just being able to add so much to it and like having large enclosures. I feel like they really cut the map in half for no reason. Because it's all flat over here too. I don't know. I like the hybrids. I forget about them, but I like the hybrids. Okay, baryonics, you guys probably don't like your enclosure. You guys like rocks. Should have probably paid attention to that. Have more than enough water. You guys probably have enough forest. Yeah, honestly, you guys are gonna have enough. Honestly, give me the Stegoceratops and then we're good. Like, I don't really care about the rest of them. Even the Indominus, but that's a they're definitely gonna add the Indominus. I just don't really use them. I just like how it looks. I've liked how it looks since Jurassic World the game, I believe. Who's dying? What's going on with you? Food? What, do you not have enough goats in your enclosure? Where is the goat? Am I gonna have to... Hold on, let me just spam this. Okay. Go. Eat. Go eat. Go eat. Yes, go eat. Thank you. Okay. You guys need rocks? Yeah. I think we just place rocks here. I can't really think about anything with an enclosure this small. It is kind of weird how they're comfortable with me only placing, what, 4 rocks? I do find it weird that they're cool with that. Oh. Um, what is it? I hope that they add with the whole water depthness. I hope they make it that the stupid vehicles can't go through the deep water. Like they can go along the shallow water, but they can't go along the deep water because the deep water, I really hate it. How in this game and how in Evolution 1, I don't have a vehicle out here, do I? Both of you guys are back here. I hate how you can see the water going through the bottom of the vehicle. So it's just like, guys. But that would cause like so many problems though with pathing for the vehicles as well as mountains. I don't think they can, they can go up like the hills, the mountains, no matter how high. I mean, Jesus, I've seen them go up something higher than that. Like, I don't know. So, mm-hmm. Yeah. Um, I just I use the Alamosaurus for my Europe build, and I forgot how it looked, and it actually surprised me because I actually really liked it. I wish they added more species or could add more species. But after I found out that Universal was in charge of them and what species they can add, I'm like, that kind of makes sense. And it's just like, well, there goes the, you know, species that we can get in like, get from like, I don't know, like Jurassic World the game or something like that. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of different species that you can add, but they choosing not to because they're not, um, approved. But I just deleted this, but I kind of forgot Allosaurus. Okay. Allosaurus, you like open space and forest. Okay. You are simple. And I'm giving you the biggest enclosure for some reason. Okay. Okay. Bring this down. Yeah. That's when I heard that, I'm like, okay. But because they said that in the Frontier Unlocked. And I don't know, it just made sense. I'm like, okay, it makes sense that you guys aren't, going crazy with it. Because honestly, I'd go crazy with it, especially like adding the dinosaurs. I feel like this game would be great if they actually, I mean, it is great, but I felt like it would even be better if they added it that they like added dinosaurs over time rather than, you know, and I think it's more financially like feasible to add these dinosaurs over time because that means more DLC, which means more money for the company. So I don't know what their logic is or what their game plan was or is for the future because I want to say I doubt that there will be an Evolution 4. So if they want to pull their cards right, I don't know. They need to figure out what the hell they're doing. Do I want? Yeah, that's fine. Uh, let this go out over here, and the beach extend outward or inward. Allosaurus. Trees here. I don't think these are. Hold on. It's okay. But these trees here, we can remove the ones in the middle. Yeah, a little bit more. I'm gonna move you around. L source needs to go. I'm gonna go here. Here's my thought process on the whole DLC thing. Okay. So buying a game for like $60, I'm like, okay, I'm fine with, you know, if it's a game that I'm actually gonna enjoy or do it for some reason for like, you know, content like how I'm doing now. You know, it's an obvious yes, I'm gonna buy it just so you know, so I can get some content for you guys. DLCs, um, on games that I don't really enjoy, I won't even consider buying them. Um, but for like games like this, where it's just like, okay, I know the company, right? They're, you know, like it's just like I'm okay with it. Plus, if the DLCs aren't, you know, $30, $40, it's just like it's not bad in my opinion, because you have companies like certain companies that have certain franchises that have expansion packs for 30 something dollars that lead up to even the price of the game, $60, where it's just like, why are you even having the DLC for this much money? Like why? Like I don't want to buy another city for a game that just adds in a few things that you can do in it. And I think you guys know what franchise and what company I'm talking about. But it's just like, ain't no way I'm paying $50 for a DLC and what uh the lowest they go is like what, like $14. Like if it's under 20, like I'm like, okay, I'm fine with, and know that I'm not a person that has like a decent amount of money. Um the revenue that I get from like videos and content, it goes back to you guys and like through like the DLCs and the games and all that stuff. So it's just like, you know, yeah, yeah. With Evolution 1, I wasn't even doing this for Evolution 1 until the very end, until the year Evolution 2 was announced. Um, I wasn't really doing this until then. So me buying the DLCs for the game and me buying the game in general just wasn't even a priority for me. Um, so I bought Evolution 1, I want to say like a year maybe after it came out when it was on sale. And like I'd say like, yeah, if you guys don't need to buy the game, don't buy the game. Like unless you guys really want to support the company and the developers, but like other than that, it's like, you know, if it's not a financially stable solution for anyone, just wait it out. And then you have like content creators that will actually show you things like this, so it's actually kind of cool, you know. You guys don't have to play the game. I mean, obviously playing the game is a lot more better than watching it. Like playing a sport, you know. I'd rather play a sport than watch sports. That's why I don't like sports, I'm gonna be honest. I like playing them rather than watching them. You know, who doesn't like grabbing a hockey stick and just beating the hell out of. No. I accidentally broke someone's leg while playing. Okay, well, okay, hold on. Avatar, the Avatar game, isn't that a Ubisoft game? Yeah, the only negative that I have about Frontier is Planet Coaster 2, how that game was released. But the thing is, it's also different on the directors or the game directors, you know? So it's just like, mm, I don't know how to feel about it. Yeah, yeah, Ubisoft is a very hit or miss company, heavy on the miss. Um, and plus their support for their games after like 2 3 years, not even 3 years, like after 2 years, just very much dies, and it's very obvious that it dies. So I don't really even play their games that much anymore. This is good. I'm getting distracted with sanding. Um, I don't really play their games that much anymore, so it's just like, but yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of doing a giveaway though for Evolution 3. Um, I just need to figure out how to do that correctly, and so I don't accidentally start some shit. No, yeah, I accidentally broke someone's leg playing soccer. Um, uh, it wasn't my fault. I mean, it was my fault, but it wasn't my fault. But like, you know, like, you know what? Okay, so it was my fault, but like, they shouldn't have gotten in my way. I'm more aggressive with hockey, okay? I like hockey more than any other sport. Um, but the thing is, I can't play it because I'll get like kicked off of a team very quickly. No, yeah, I pre-ordered Evolution 3 uh like 10 minutes after it was announced, and I told my friend, I'm like, I just blew through $70, and I felt like very like did I really just do that? Like, you know how like after you buy like something so expensive, it's just like yikes. My coffee cold. Oh, but one's already landed. Okay. I do like how the new species they're announcing look like. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, definitely. A good thing that happened 8 years ago. Yeah, that happened 8 years ago. So we're fine. We're fine now, you know? All right, you guys are good. Okay. I think for this one, we're gonna be doing the same thing with the rocks. Go over here. So our Dimetrodons. Now in this area, I don't really know how I'm gonna do it. You can see that I kind of have like a pathway marked out. That's gonna be the cave itself. Um, and I'm thinking of just putting water on most sides of this. and then having the kind of like valley up. So it's kind of like a valley instead of a cave because I can't really do a cave with no mods. That's crazy. That's crazy. But we'll talk about that when we get there. We do have to speed up the timing because we're already at an hour. And I did 3 enclosures, and I mean actually the timing is actually really good actually. Um which means if I want to elevate this, this means I'm probably gonna have to elevate this over here. Okay. What will happen after the last update? Wait, why can't you play with mods? I was told at one point that you could mod consoles. I'm like, I don't think you could. I don't know. I've never had a console. Or cut that. I had a Wii and a PS2. Other than that, nothing else. Well, it was my dad's PS2, but yeah, nothing else. Oh, what mods do you use? I just, huh. I think this is, oh yeah, no, that this is rock. Okay. But yeah, actually, I've never, so this is going to be like that. Is this really how we're going to keep this? Is it the fences one? No. I don't know. What I do with the mods is I usually go to the most popular and then I just look at them. Huh. I gotta check my progress. Bro, a lot of, okay. Cool. I know the fences mod had an issue before, but yeah, I don't know if they fixed that. I have a Minecraft mod that I have to actually update. Um, I've been getting notifications on that. Yeah, there's cases where I just say, you know what? There's probably an easy solution to this, but instead I'm going to go ahead and do something that's going to take a lot more time to actually do. So in Minecraft, one of the versions, I think it was the one before this previous one or this new one, um, there was some world errors and it kept deleting my chests. So instead of like actually trying to find a solution or just resetting the world or whatever, I decided to just make a mod that backed up the server just in case every so often, like just in case. And so I had automatic backups and manual backups and all that stuff, and it was actually really good. Um, so I made a mod about that, and I like packaged it, uploaded it to the site, and just boom, it's there. And now I'm getting people to tell me to update it for the new one, the new update. I'm like, okay, uh, sure, sure. Oh, believe me, if you can, if we can update, if we can update evolution, or okay, give me a second. If we can mod evolution 3, then best know that I will be nothing's going to stop me from getting a Jurassic cruise if they don't add it as an attraction. I will be modeling that thing off of the Universal Studios ride, and I'll probably end up doing kayaks as well. I'm making that game my game. And I told my friend that too. I'm like, if they make it moddable, I'm definitely causing chaos. This is the Velociraptor enclosure. And I pretty much already completed it. I kind of want to add the... I kind of want to add the Sornoraptors. Yeah, before I made the comment of I don't think that they were going to add them. Add the boat. Um yeah, I said I didn't think that they were gonna add the boat thing. In a previous stream. But after seeing them do like the smaller waterfalls, I feel like it's more plausible now that they're able to. Um, kind of hope. I think up here we just do. I don't think we had vegetation up here. But I don't know. It's just like, yeah, I remember that fence mod. I actually didn't start using mods on Evolution 1 until the very end. Boom. Okay, that's nice. Had a decent amount of vegetation. We need things for our raptors though, so this and this. I think I'm gonna want to move this though. Yeah. Damn, this is actually getting built. Velociraptors, and Pyroraptors. Okay. Oh yeah, it definitely would make sense. The only thing I was worried about is the waterfalls and how they'd end up, like if they would make it like just a simple, oh, you can't do that, like with the obstruction thing, or if they were going to make it like something else. I feel like it would be the obstruction thing, but oh, I don't know. I feel like the balloon tours are easier to add, which is why I was surprised they didn't add them for the second game. Am I not gonna really? I only get 2 of the 4. Y'all be messing with me. Swear to God, sometimes. Y'all be thinking, okay, you know what? There we go. I don't know. I'd be surprised if they don't even. Yeah. I don't know. Having these attractions would be so cool. I've been loving the boat thing, the boat mod. For the fact that I'm gonna do that for our Europe one. It's just the Europe one is just gonna take a while to do. This I have no clue on what I want to do there. Where's the Velociraptor? Okay. Cool. So we go. Do we wanna add? Let's do 2 patches. Uh, did I not? Oh, I didn't click it, did I? I also kind of have an issue with the UI for Evolution 3, but I know the game's not finished, so I'll stop my hesitation on that for now. Okay, so we have these ones. We need Pyro. We on. Hi, Trika. Okay. So our Velociraptors are ready to be put uh here. Now I have a feeling that these guys down here aren't liking the enclosure. Where are you guys? Oh, you guys need meat and a lot more forest. Okay, that's crazy. Um, okay, so we can add forest, I guess. That's a lot. Um, And if you guys are gonna be rats about it, I guess I'll just make this entire thing a forest. Jesus Christ. What I think about Jurassic World Evolution 3. Well, good for you to join us at this current time because we're currently talking about that. No, I'm excited for it. I can't wait to play it for you guys and actually build a lot of cool things with the new tools and stuff. Cool. So we pretty much just took this enclosure and just a whole bunch of trees down. All right, Velociraptor. All right, you guys will probably be okay. I'm gonna move on to the next enclosure. I'm feeling this enclosure might not be okay. They're really small. Kind of wanna make it. Have it go out, back in. Delete this. Okay, the plus sign looks like a plus sign, not a T. Okay. Okay. Okay, my whole thing with these enclosures back here is that um this area should be more forest than the others because we're removing like all of the water that was an issue before, as well as, you know, we're kind of exiting the sanctuary. So we kind of want to give it and make it look like, you know, we're kind of going into a larger forest. Yeah. Honestly, I wish, I don't know. I'm okay if they make the game more difficult. I like having difficult games. Plus I've played a lot more management games that are harder than this. Or less annoying or more annoying to actually like take care of these animals and all that stuff. So it's just like, I don't know. I know this is also why I like this game so much too. It's not that difficult, but if they wanted to make it harder, I'd be so down for them, or like have like an option. I know that there's like different challenge modes. But the challenge modes don't really reflect the difficulty that I want. It's more so like the animal, taking care of the animals and stuff. And like the actual management of the park. Kind of like how Operation Genesis does, actually. That they make, yeah, actually that one has some difficulty to it that I actually like. It's like the old school difficulty, like the Tycoon games. I'm surprised they don't have a snow pool for this. Also, this enclosure again is just gonna be entirely forest. Okay. We do need to add water to this. Farming simulator. I actually enjoy farming simulator. um, the only thing is none of my friends played it, or if they would play it, they'd only play it for like a few sessions and then end up giving up on it. Yeah, I was thinking about it because I didn't know how I was gonna make the cave either. I still don't know how I'm going to make the cave. Um, I was going to bring this down, right? And kind of like have like bring this down for the pathway, right? Obviously move that building down as well. And then I was gonna put water on top of this like valley area. For certain parts. It actually seems a little bit too much now. Hmm. I actually don't know how I'm gonna do this. Oh god, help me. No, yeah, definitely. That was my issue with Sandbox before. At least with the first game. Um, at least in the first game. I kept worrying about guest needs and stuff rather than how my park looked. So all of my builds kind of just didn't really look nice in my opinion. Um, I think I could still go back to them. I think I still have all those saves. I think they're still on the cloud. I will be making my own build of Jurassic World in Jurassic World Evolution 3. I'll be doing that the first week it comes out. On that Saturday on a live stream. And I'll just live stream the entire thing. No, yeah, I definitely stopped caring about the guests after a while because it's just like, I don't, I don't, I want to make it look nice, you know, because this park has a quarter of a star with no guest facilities at all, but it looks very nice because it's what it's supposed to be. Like I could probably add something here, but if this damn vehicle stopped going over the mountain, okay. Now the enclosure that I was worried about this entire time. So I took out the river. Now I'm thinking about putting it back in. Um, Obviously the river needs to connect to these ones. Um, and we're going to have water here. We're gonna remove this building at some point. Now this right here is gonna be different. So we're gonna have the water go here. It definitely will be it definitely will be a lifesaver. Um, let's see first. Let's see if the Dimetrodons actually like this area with the water. If they do, we'll keep the water like this and start working on the cliffs. If they don't, then I'll just modify it to how they will probably want it. Also, I will say that I like to rage bait. So if you guys get upset with something I say, note that I probably meant to make you guys upset. aka when I talk shit about Jurassic Park 3. Is Amoga and Amoga's not here today, are they? All right, let's see this. Okay, your water. Okay, that's surprising. You guys want forest? You guys want forest? Okay, hold on. Um, hmm. The water. I thought the water was going to be the biggest issue here, not the forest. No, please no, please no. Okay. Okay, so forest. Uh, these guys want forest? How the hell am I supposed to make the forest in the cave? You know what? Okay, so we have this be a cave exit then, right? And this right here be a cave exit. So our cave doesn't take up the entirety of the build. Now this isn't going to make sense. This is not going to make sense with the movie in any way possible. Because like they're trapped in the cave. Like I don't understand like what. So so we'll be putting the trees on the outside. Let's actually specify a pathway first from here. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. We can actually hold on. This is gonna be a little bit annoying for me to make right now. Okay. So we move this over here. We'll create the pathway to it. Right. Now, somewhere between here and here, it's going to be the ends of our like cave. But we will be adding a forest on the outside, like over here, and alongside this water right here. Actually, we're going to bring this water in a little bit more. Yeah, I do think that they need more terrain tool adjustments. I'm just using the rocks right here as a pathway, like not as a indicator of what I'm going to be doing later. What? No. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna be our cave. Now wait, there's no fence here. They can easily go after the guest. We need a let me remove these guys from here. Also, I didn't remember these guys being this small. So this whole area for them is kind of too much. Um, huh. Um, okay. So I think we're going to be adding rocks in the end here. Now, should I use the tropical rocks? I should definitely use the tropical rocks, huh? Okay, random rotation. All right, so we're going to make it. I'm just gonna let these guys run loose, let them do what they want to do. So I'm gonna make it that this. I will say that I kind of did also forget fencing for our Spinosaurus in our Jurassic Park Europe build last stream. So he's technically not wrong. So I'm gonna go like the Disney route on this and pretty much use this to kind of cover up that we're not actually in a cave. Oh god, they're going towards the pathway. Is this empty? Oh, this is empty. Okay, nice. Have fun getting back to where we're supposed to be. And I'm just gonna loop this around, and I'm probably gonna add some forest in the water, maybe? I don't know. Oh, they're going back. Wait, I removed the pathway and they're going back. Actually, I don't even think that they can attack the guests. Hold on. Where are the rocks? Okay. Okay, so this is going to arch this way. Hold on, I'm gonna lay this out real quick before putting too much detail into it. Okay, so this is gonna arch this way. We're gonna make multiple different areas for this. Okay. Are we just playing follow the leader? Like, what's going on here? You guys are gonna need food, aren't you? Here, have some food. Look at their little legs. I haven't actually made a park in a while, like an actual functioning park in a while. I should do that soon. I promise you that in Planet Zoo, I am a lot more careful than this. Are there any guests? No, there aren't any guests. Um, the only pathways that we have in this park are right here. So they'd actually get on the Hyperloop and go to our tunnels there and to the facility. So we don't have to worry about these guys escaping. Yeah. They are going kind of far from everything. All right, so this is going to be one little corridor. I think up until here, we should follow along the lines of our pathways. I'm just trying to figure out how I want to do the top and make it look like that there's a top of the thing. You said trees? Let me... I think we want to use this. This would make the most sense because this one doesn't really look good. I'm going to use this one. So we're going to have our exit of our cave here and the other exit of our cave here. Okay. Now, since we're not doing this with mods, I think, I don't know how I want to connect this. The goal is to make this a cave, or to make this. Oh, wait, these are supposed to be open too, by the way, so the dinosaurs can get through them. Or actually, hold on. We can close these. We can close these. We can keep these closed. We can have another exit that goes over here to the forest area that they can actually be in. Okay, that actually makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna have another. Okay, you guys are too close to this. I shouldn't have put you guys in here yet. I really thought the water was going to be an issue. It's not. Okay. Now right here, we want to put something like in between here and here. On a big rock, please. Okay. So now we can connect this over here. I want this to go on the other side of this over here. I think I probably did. I don't remember. You guys are trapped here now. All right. Now, I think what fence is this? This is the level 4. This is okay. I think we just use this. Trap them in here. I mean, I don't have to really connect this one. Let's just do it anyways. we're gonna want to send you guys back. Okay. And then we're gonna fill this one up with rocks. We're gonna put trees along the edges of this though, right here. Still don't know how I'm gonna do the top of this to make it look nice. But believe me, if I were to come back with mods, this would be great, but I currently have an unfinished modded world that I have to do for the Jurassic World one. I just had to take a break with that one because I was getting frustrated with the in-game lag that I was getting from all the decorations that were placed. Okay. Okay. Place some trees on this side over here. Yeah. I was doing that for a solid 2 years before going back to mods. Because I used to play with mods in the very beginning, especially with free build. And I kept getting people commenting saying not to use mods. I'm like, okay, well, damn. And so I stopped using mods for 2 years and now I'm back because people started commenting to use mods. Yeah. Cool. Now we put sand all up in here. Okay. And then we'll do rocks here. You know, getting arches in the new game. Kind of sounds great. No, yeah, the amount of dislikes I was getting because I was using mods was crazy at the time. I'm like, god damn, okay, geez. I think we add sand underneath all this. Okay. Now for the roof. I kind of want to put this in here. Okay. What kind of trees do we have that we could use? Okay, we have those. Mm. I still use the tropical trees now. Covers more up top. Oh. Wait. See if they can actually get through here. I feel like they should be able to. The water back here is going to be removed. I'm gonna put more trees. Hmm. You're actually right. You're so right. Um, this one. We could use this as like things to hold it up. I'm wondering at what the frequency should be. It's too close to you? What? And you're laying down. Okay. Okay. Not what I meant. Now let's add some rocks again. Okay, so I don't think they can get through this. Means I should probably open it up for them. So it looks like they're going through the water to get there. Nah, it's fine. If we know one thing about Jurassic Park is that the fire does not actually matter. The fire is actually safer than the rest of the park, if you don't believe me. Did that just let me place it without even... Look at them. Look at them. Actually looks really cool. Okay. Okay, ignore them having the weird walking sound because they don't actually swim. Damn it. I did it again. I caused random cannon moments. It's crazy because, you know, if I had like a nickel for every time that happened, I'd have 2 nickels because it's happened at least twice now, you know, because it's just like, apparently I'm the catalyst for everything. Okay. Oh wait, more rocks, sorry. We need a place, I think, right here. Right here. Okay. Now we can add our trees. I said I was going to use the either the are these both the same trees? I think. We can. Do we have any bushes for our alpine? I will say that in my Minecraft world, um, all of my compies, they are loose. Not loose. Well, we had a Triceratops escape somehow. Some of the compies escaped, and we started off with 4 compies, and then all of a sudden there were 12. So, you know, things happen. Okay, I'm gonna have to remove some of these rocks. Was that not enough? Oh my god, this could have been the forest that they wanted. Jesus Christ. Maybe I should have placed on the trees first. Hey, do you guys think we're actually gonna get like a realistic geothermal power plant? I don't know. They mentioned it in the new movie like a lot of times, so I think we might. I kind of like how this is looking with the trees, actually. I'm not gonna lie. That was a guess that I could place it there. Really? Oh, it's the dinosaur that's causing the issues. It's not okay. Now, how do I want to place the trees in the water area? Do I just want to place the trees just to give shelter? Just so it's like hidden from the roof. I can. I think that's what we're gonna end up doing. Oh, we have to be careful because these guys are not gonna like that there's trees here. A more swampy looking tree on the outside. Mm, I don't think this fixed our problem here. Hold on. Okay. Okay, you said more swampy looking trees on the outside. like these trees more. You need to move. Like, I like having this pathway for them, but they need to move. Oh. Okay. I kind of don't like the trees that are in the center. Like these ones. I think I'd rather remove these trees than have them kind of be too prominent in the center parts. At least for that area, because it just, I don't know, it just felt a little bit weird. I didn't like that. Okay. Cool. I think we can kind of make this. They're gonna be really annoying with this. I do like this area. I think this area, like right here, is really cool that they can just go through. Yeah. We have an empty enclosure. Okay, well, we have all of our dinosaurs. We just have an empty enclosure here now. Oh, it's because we... Oh. Okay, so here's what we can do here. We can open this area up these guys. Oh, you're lucky I haven't given you my whole tree rant going. I hold on, that made it seem like I was defending my actions there. No, I like trees. I like trees. Okay, can they get out though now? Look at them. I actually like this environment. Oh, no, okay. Can't wait to do it in Evolution 3 though. I think that's my excuse for everything. Oh yeah, it looks good, but I can't wait to do an Evolution 3. Oh, oh, I thought that was a Dilophosaurus for a second. That's crazy because you can't cancel me. In order to cancel someone, you have to actually care about being canceled. All right. Um, there's only one final thing that we have to do for this entire build, and that is to have our flying reptiles. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and assume that I can't place down. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Hey, remove the hatchery. Damn it. Okay, that's the reason why I had that there. Um, hold on. Let's place this back down, and we're gonna have to remove this, connect you again, and then we're going to want to put. We're gonna actually want to put them that there. Okay. Now, how do I do this again? I have to place down an aviary one, right? I can't place an aviary because it requires an aviary. I kind of misguidedly screwed this up a little bit because we don't have space anymore. Is this flat? Um, cool. You're being placed here for a second. Do I actually have to? Okay, how do I do this again? I forgot how to do this. I need to actually link you up, don't I? Okay. I think I have to click synthesize, modify genome, right? No, click on you. I forget how to do this. Go here. I forgot how to do this. Okay. And then I have to do that for the pteranodons as well. Okay. I don't even think I have to click modify genome. Oh, wait. Let's get our 1001 ones going on. No, I didn't mean to. Well, I figured it out on my own, so I don't need it. I didn't need the help. Okay. Cool. None of the Pyroraptors escaped. Can I just deliver them outside? That works. I feel like that would crash my game for some reason, but let's hope it doesn't, and I hope it works. It's only aggressive if they assume you're aggressive towards them. So technically it's fine. Look. Just hope that they don't get killed by the baryonics. Ta-da! Look at that. Let's go. Can you guys hurry up, please? Okay, I'm gonna be honest. We had a pit bull for like 18 years almost, and he has never hurt anyone, or he never hurt anyone. So I think, you're wrong. It depends, nurture. You gotta nurture them correctly. All right, let's clean up this area. Add another feeder. Cool. We have officially created our park with our flying dinosaurs and everything. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. All right. I gotta go. Thank you guys for joining. Thank you, Pocket 3000. If you guys want to join the Discord and if you guys are not a part of that, the link is pinned. I am good at hiding the bodies. But anyways, hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I'm pretty sure Tuesday's video is gonna just be this, but I'm pretty much just completed and done and with the cinematic and everything. So you guys can get a full view on it. But look at it. It's actually looking cool. I don't really like how barren it is over here, but yeah, they need water to live. But yeah. Anyways, I really enjoyed this. The Dimetrodons. I really love that little entrance right there that we have for them. But yeah. Anyways, guys, thank you guys for joining us for this stream, and I'll see you next week live.